Chapter 936. At this moment, not only the powerful cultivators, but even the ordinary people sensed the abnormality. The environment of the world was changing every day. Some of the originally barren mountains seemed to have a new lease of life overnight. They were full of vitality, and the mountains were covered in greenery. Withered old trees sprouted green buds, and rivers appeared in dried-up riverbeds again. Different phenomena were reflected in every universe. Something big is going to happen, many ordinary creatures were whispering, although they didn't know what was going on. But they all knew that something big was going to happen. Even some of the cattle that plowed the soil in some remote mountain villages began to speak human language. Then they rode on clouds and mist and disappeared. To the ordinary people, it seemed like the records of ancient myths that were gradually turning into reality. This was a sign that the myths were about to appear in the world. At the same time, it was also a sign that the ancient powerhouses were reviving and returning. In the ancient orthodoxies, the scenes were even more shocking. Figures suddenly walked out of the ancestral halls that were originally unguarded, claiming to be their ancestors. For example, there were even more figures who had sat up in the mausoleum. No one knew how long they had been sleeping. Many of them were stained with mud. They opened the coffin lid and slowly sat up, frightening the later generations who were in charge of guarding the tombs. The world was in turmoil. Every once in a while, there would be an incredible rumor that spread everywhere. Everyone realized that if a catastrophe really descended outside of the vast expanse, they might be able to resist it, because they seemed to have never truly understood this world. They didn't even completely understand the past of their orthodoxies. Some of the imperishable orthodoxies even learned that their founding masters were actually just the little Taoist apprentices of some big shot who were ordered to leave behind their orthodoxies. Then they faked their deaths and went to that big shot's place of seclusion to guard him. After countless years, their founding masters were still alive. They told them all of this through secret techniques in dreams so that they could prepare to welcome that big shot's arrival. There were too many such things. Every time they spread, it would shake the world. It even overturned what many creatures had always known about their orthodoxies and clans. In this great era, the regulations of heaven and earth had already stabilized. The regulations of the celestial realm and the higher realm had completely merged, continuously raising the ceiling of battle prowess that the two realms could accommodate. Although it had not truly reached the peak of the era, it was approaching the era before the taboo era. If there was no calamity in 100 years, this would be the best era for all living beings. Attaining the Tao, attaining immortality, and even having a chance to become an immortal king. Many of the revived old fellows also discovered this problem. This world didn't truly suppress their strength, so it wouldn't affect them too much. Although there was more or less some impact, compared to their initial estimation, it was negligible. Such a great era was beyond their expectations. After the Forbidden Era, many people chose to use all kinds of forbidden arts to conceal themselves from the heavenly secrets and their blood-chi fluctuations, and thus fell into a deep sleep. There were also some whose origins were even more ancient, able to trace back to before the taboo Great Era, that incomparably prosperous era. After they were revived, the first thing they did was to quickly understand the current world and the many things that had happened in the past. Many of them only woke up from their long slumber because they sensed something in the dark. They still didn't know what had happened in this world. Among them, there was no lack of people who were truly ancient. They had truly walked the path of reincarnation and were reincarnated after the first cultivation disaster. They retained most of their original memories and understood many of the secrets of this world. To them, there was no difference between the immortal region and the upper realm. They were both part of the true mountain and sea world. In this current era, there aren't many existences who truly understand the cultivation disaster. They don't even know what they went through. They don't know that after the first and second cultivation disasters, the current true mountain and sea world would become like this. In their eyes, just the taboo era alone is an ancient history that they can't touch and can't touch. But before the taboo era, there were many even more ancient eras and epochs. Each of those eras and civilizations were once dazzling and prosperous to the extreme. These are all things that the people of the later generations don't understand. Some of the revived old fellows couldn't help but sink into nostalgia and sentimentality when they understood the many things of the current era. These words were spread among many of the Tao orthodoxies, and many cultivators and living beings suddenly came to a realization. In the eyes of these existences, the so-called ancientness was perhaps just a flash in the pan, a stream of light that disappeared into the distance. True ancientness spanned tens of millions of eons. Even the long river of time seemed to be unable to bear all of that. These ancient existences understood the truth of the world. They knew the reason behind the calamity. In fact, they even knew how the ancient history was destroyed and how the eons of the past were buried. Of course, there were also some living beings who survived after the taboo era. Once they understood the many things of the current era, they still found it difficult to calm down. I didn't expect that he would still be alive and control the current era. During that battle, the entire heavens were destroyed. All the universes collapsed. They whispered to each other in shock. At that time, they had accidentally fallen into eternal slumber. Some of them didn't even know how they had been resurrected. They had clearly been buried in the calamity. Many of them had clearly died, but after an innumerable amount of time, they would unexpectedly wake up in a certain place. They would look around in a daze, not knowing where they were. That battle had been too tragic. Everyone still remembered how the eternal celestial palace had abruptly collapsed overnight. How laughable! He was the one who destroyed the universe in the past, but now he controls all the forces and established his own divine country and celestial court. What right does he have to deserve such a great demon? Some of the descendants of the celestial palace whispered. There was unwillingness and hatred in their eyes. It was truly difficult for them to accept such a fact. Time was the greatest power in the world, but it could not wipe away the hatred in their hearts. Similar scenes were happening in the celestial region, the higher worlds, and even the other world. The kismet of the various heavens increased, stretching out and surging. Gu Changa watched all of this in silence. Everything that happened in the various heavens was under his gaze, and it was also within his expectations. The pressure from beyond the vast expanse was approaching, and it even caused the will of the various heavens to awaken. It had faintly startled those old fellows who had been hiding deeply. This could be said to be an instinct of the true mountain and sea world. When it was faced with an insurmountable calamity, it would awaken the supreme powerhouses it had nurtured. In the eyes of normal living beings, there was no difference between the world and the universe. In fact, they would not realize that they also had some sort of consciousness. The cycle of life, death, and reincarnation was one of them. The true world and living beings had always been in a symbiotic relationship. This was also the reason why Gu Changa had used this opportunity to fish and startle those old fellows out. The various heavens are becoming lively. But what's coming next is the real show. Gu Changa smiled faintly and lifted his head to look at the end of the true mountain and sea world. From where he was, he could clearly see that the end of the world was becoming fainter. It was as if a barrier was gradually disintegrating, turning into some sort of indistinct and incomplete substance. That substance was similar to a bubble. It enveloped the end of the true mountain and sea world and became a barrier that isolated the ripples from the vast expanse ocean. However, at that moment, that barrier was on the verge of crumbling. And this was just the sign of the hunters descending from the vast expanse ocean. At the same time, it was also the warning that the true mountain and sea world gave to all living beings. Gu Changa already saw an ancient and modeled ancient warship, rushing over through the great waves and black mist. Ancient realms were crushed one after another, thus exploding. That ancient warship was made of an incredibly rare metal. Even if it had traveled through the vast expanse ocean for many years, it did not show any signs of decay. The figures standing on it were like gods and demons. They suppressed the universe and had a presence that could devour the clouds. Of course, compared to the previous 2 eons, this disaster was nothing. However, the current true mountain and sea world could not be compared to the era before the eons. Guchanga did not intend to do anything as of then. The 100 years had just begun. To the true mountain and sea world, it was not as if they did not have a chance. Now, it's time to use the other chess pieces, Guchanga mumbled softly, and his gaze became incredibly profound. In the depths of the endless sea race in the immortal region, the immortal kings who had finished their discussion and were planning to migrate were all gathered in a majestic, ancient palace. The palace seemed to be made of bronze, and there were countless innate divine runes carved into it. Each rune contained supreme, profound meaning, and they were obscure and difficult to understand. Besides the immortal kings, only Ao Ling and a middle-aged man with an ancient face and an awe-inspiring presence stood in the palace. The middle-aged man was dressed in a golden dragon robe and a purple gold crown on his head. There was a dragon horn on his forehead, and his arms were covered in a layer of faint golden dragon scales. All the immortal kings of the endless sea race were incredibly excited and respectful when they saw the middle-aged man. They could clearly sense the terrifying pressure coming from his body and the terrifying pressure in the depths of their blood. Over the past few days, the ancient palace had accompanied the middle-aged man to the depths of the endless sea race. It was a former dragon palace of the dragon race. Just the formation patterns that were set up could easily defend against the attacks of immortal king-tier existences. From the way little ancestor Ao Ling addressed the middle-aged man, they could guess his identity. The third prince of the dragon race, Ao Tung, was the son of the ancestral dragon and Ao Ling's brother. His cultivation was unfathomable. He had always been sleeping in this palace, until recently when the depths of the endless sea race were filled with multicolored light and auspicious qi. It alarmed everyone. Many immortal kings, including Ao Ling, rushed over to see the scene. The world has changed, and we moved at 070. I didn't expect to wake up again, and after hundreds of millions of years, the middle-aged man whispered with a complicated expression. Although he had just woken up, he had already adapted to this era. He had also learned many things from his younger sister, Ao Ling. He stood there for a long time, and it took him a long time to recover from his shock. During the first war of the heavens, his origin was injured. He was saved by his father, the ancestral dragon, and sent to the depths of the dragon palace to recuperate. As for what happened after that, he didn't know. I don't know why father sealed me, and why it took so long for me to wake up. Ao Tung said softly, unable to understand his father's actions. Father left me a letter, telling me that my brothers will all wake up in this world. Ao Ling also spoke. Although she felt joy from reuniting with her family, she felt even more heaviness in her heart. It was as if there was some invisible net that enveloped all of them. The more they probed, the more they would sink into it, and it would be difficult for them to struggle free. She also saw the many changes in the celestial realm and the higher realm. Not only did she not feel any joy, she instead felt a chill run down her back. Why did so many people wake up at this time? It seemed like they had made an appointment a long time ago. Or was there an invisible and terrifying hand behind the scenes that pushed all of this to happen? Ao Ling didn't dare think about it. It was simply too terrifying, her hair standing on end. Since father said so, then he must have his own reasons. I have already woken up in this world, so there's no need to consider moving away from home. Although there are many dangers outside the vast expanse, it is not as terrifying as you think. In the past, I followed father out of the vast expanse and fought against the Reckoners. Ao Tung soon calmed down and did not dwell on this matter. To him, the most important thing was that the true mountain and sea world was about to face an external enemy. Dragons had lived in this world for generations. Unless they had no other choice, how could they leave their home? Leave for the outside world? The current situation in the true mountain and sea world is very unique. After the War of the Heavens, many things happened. That lord even personally ended an epoch and buried it in darkness. Ao Ling said with a complicated expression. Ao Ling said with a complicated expression. She hadn't told Ao Tang about these things in detail. The War of the Heavens was too long ago. Even the immortal kings here had never heard of it. Chapter 937. If Ao Ling had not personally told them about the past, the immortal kings might not have believed it. Before the Forbidden Epoch, there had been an even more ancient era, and there had been plenty of prosperous and terrifying civilizations. Today's cultivation methods were actually passed down from that ancient era. After that, it was perfected by countless predecessors, and only then was there a stable system. In the early days, immortal kings and immortal emperors were just general terms. There was only a vague concept of what step they had reached in their cultivation. Third brother, you have always respected that lord like father, but you still have to accept this reality. That lord is no longer the lord we respected in the past. The current him is so cold that it's like he's a completely different person, Ao Ling said softly. There was a complicated look in her eyes. She had personally participated in the Immortal Kings Association in Moon Prince Mansion, and she had personally seen Gu Changa. That coldness that seemed to have been carved into his bones, and that calmness that looked down on all life as if they were ants was unfamiliar to her. Gu Changa might not have recognized her. However, when she was young, she had heard many rumors about that lord. Even her father, one of the strongest people in the world, respected him greatly. He had even said that after the Great War, all life in the true mountain and sea world had withered away, and their life force had declined. The other true worlds did not dare to take advantage of the situation to invade, and it was all thanks to that lord keeping watch over them. I know what you mean, but I believe that he might have a reason for doing this. Ao Ting shook his head. He understood what Ao Ling meant. When he woke up, he had also understood the current world at the first instant. That was why he knew who the Lord Ao Ling spoke of was, and he also knew what had happened during the Forbidden Epoch. In Ao Ting's eyes, the Forbidden Epoch had actually happened before the Second Apocalypse. When the Apocalypse was about to arrive, that Lord suddenly destroyed the worlds with a single hand and destroyed the epoch. Everyone died and was buried in the darkness. So why were there so many people waking up in the current era? Besides, wasn't the timing at that time too much of a coincidence? Ao Tang felt that there might be some unknown reason behind this. I will find a chance to personally meet that lord. We don't understand him at all, so how can we come to a conclusion based on these matters? Whether or not he is right or wrong, it should be judged by later generations, not by us. Ao Tang waved his sleeves as a heavy expression appeared on his face. When Ao Ling heard this, she wanted to say something. However, when the words reached her mouth, she stopped. She did not know how to refute, although she also had a feeling that there might be some hidden existence in this. All the immortal kings in the hall stood solemnly in silence. Such a conversation wasn't something that they could interrupt. Ao Tang gave the order to gather the forces of the Sea Tribe. He planned to personally explore the vast battlefield. As the son of the ancestral dragon, he had once commanded hundreds of millions of dragons. Even though he did not hesitate to die, why would he care about this so-called calamity? As far as he was concerned, the vast expanse beyond the vast expanse was filled with many dangers. However, the true mountain and sea world had gone through 2 calamities without being destroyed, and because of it, the level of the entire world had also undergone some sort of transformation. Over the countless years, there had definitely been many experts born. In terms of overall strength, there was no need for them to fear this calamity. On the other side, within Songming's territory, the elders of the City of No Return also unexpectedly saw a person. It was a sturdy figure dressed in a silver robe. He rode a white horse and had a long saber in his hand as he stepped into the area. From his appearance, he looked to be in his 30s, but there seemed to be endless vicissitudes of life in his eyes. "Little Tsin Shuang, you've already grown so big." He looked at Tsin Shuang, who was covering her mouth but had tears in her eyes. He could not help but smile slightly, and a gentle expression appeared on his face. The oldest elders of the City of No Return were also stunned at that moment, as if they could not believe the scene before their eyes. "Uncle E, you didn't die?" Sin Shuang's voice trembled slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was choked with sobs. She clearly saw that the figure in front of her was after the celestial palace had been destroyed. He had died under that palm strike like a moth to a flame. He had been torn into pieces, and his body and soul had been destroyed. But why did she see him in the current world? "You are Commander Elordi?" The elders who recognized this person also reacted one after another. Their voices could not hide the shock and tremble in them. This was the most valued subordinate of Sin Shuang's father, the Longevity Star Monarch. It could be said that the two of them were very close and were as close as brothers. This Commander Yi's cultivation was unparalleled, and he could fight against hundreds of millions of soldiers alone. "I didn't expect to see familiar figures, but you're all old now." The silver-robed figure swept his gaze across the familiar figures in front of him, and a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. Sin Shuang and the others were incomparably excited. They did not expect to see an old friend one day, and in such a situation at that. It was simply inconceivable. The silver-robed, middle-aged man reminisced about the past with everyone and told them about his experience. He originally thought that he had died in the chaos of the Celestial Palace, killed by the Demon Master's palm strike. But he did not expect to wake up in a certain place many years later. It was just that he had forgotten a lot of his past. It was only recently that he gradually regained his memories. Then he heard the news and came to the Tsangming realm. He was also very puzzled. He had clearly died, so how could he be resurrected again? Recently, there have been all kinds of news. Many old fellows from the ancient era have jumped out. Among them, there is no lack of people who have died. The group of elders in the City of No Return had extremely complicated emotions. Naturally, they had heard the news. Originally, they thought that it was just a rumor. They did not expect that the former commander would appear in front of them again in such a way. If that's the case, does it mean that Father did not necessarily die in that chaos? Sin Shuang became excited again. She had seen the people who had died with her own eyes come back to life. Her father's cultivation was stronger, so why couldn't he be resurrected? Then what was the reason for the chaos in the past? Thinking of this, Sin Shuang was even more puzzled and puzzled. She suddenly remembered that when Gu Chang'e appeared in the City of No Return, he said that he was looking for someone, but he did not say who it was. Now, it seemed that the person he was looking for should be someone who had died in the Forbidden Era. Didn't that mean that he already knew all this and knew that those people were not dead, but that they would not die? Could it be that he did this on purpose? Sin Shuang suddenly had a bold guess. Soon, a few years had passed. The upper realm and the immortal domain became more and more turbulent. The return and revival of many strong cultivators broke the slightly chaotic situation, and rare peace was restored everywhere. However, ordinary cultivators could feel the undercurrent surging. This was only the last calm before the storm. During this period, all kinds of rumors appeared. Some said that the appearance of these ancient figures was actually a sign of great changes in the world. Of course, there were also other theories. They felt that someone was going to save the world in this chaotic world. All the orthodoxies had their strongest cultivators return, and their strength had undergone tremendous changes. Even the immortal king families of the immortal domain did not dare to underestimate the orthodoxies of the upper realm. In a way, the roots of the immortal domain were in the upper realm. Some of the families in the immortal domain had migrated from the upper realm, and their ancestral grounds were in the upper realm. Even the unparalleled immortal dynasty has some old emperors from other eras, and there is no lack of the first-generation monarch in the divine kingdom on a soft couch in the palace. Yu Mingkong rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She felt that the situation in the upper realm during this period made her unable to see clearly. As a reincarnator, everything had exceeded her expectations. None of the events had developed according to the trajectory in her memory. However, at this point, she did not care much about this. There were so many past lives. Who knew if it was a dream or not? Isn't this even better? All kinds of demons, ghosts, and monsters have jumped out? Gu Changa smiled gently. He wore a simple green robe and stood in the palace with his hands behind his back. The void in front of him was blurry, like a mirror reflecting the scenes of the world. All of this was within his expectations. However, this was just the beginning. The chess pieces he used had not really shown themselves yet. Yu Mingkong knew that he had other plans, so she was not too worried. During this period, she had heard too many rumors about Gu Changa. From the innate mythological era to the taboo era, the long river of time seemed to have Gu Changa's shadow behind it. Because of the revival of these ancient figures, many buried secrets were also unearthed. Even some of the ordinary creatures learned some of the ancient history and learned some of the ancient and true secrets. There were different opinions about Gu Changa. Some people saw him as a devil who committed all kinds of evil, who buried the ancient era and brought disaster to the heavens. There were also people who felt that he was the benefactor of the current common people. He personally united the immortal domain and the upper realm, and made the foreign side start to merge with the immortal domain. The laws of heaven and earth were almost complete. The surging fate was also because of him. However, Yu Mingkong did not care about these. A long time ago, even if she knew that Gu Changa was the inheritor of the demonic arts, she also chose to stand firmly by his side, even if she was against the whole world. I might have to go into seclusion for a long time. Yu Mingkong said softly. Chapter 938. Is it because of the great dream reincarnation immortal art? Gu Changa turned around and was slightly surprised. However, he quickly guessed the reason. Yu Mingkong's cultivation method was related to fate and reincarnation. Previously, she had used the great dream reincarnation immortal art to cross the river of time and cultivate in the past. Of course, this was also because of Gu Changa's protection by her side. Otherwise, with Yu Mingkong's current strength, even if it was just a dream, it would be impossible for her to bear the terrifying karma and backlash and cross the river of time. This made Gu Changa suddenly think of Chan Hongi and Tao Yao, who were trapped in the river of time. Now, they were also cultivating in the past. Yes, I might be in seclusion for a long time. I don't know when I'll wake up, Yu Mingkong said softly. Then you can cultivate without worry. There's no need to worry about anything. Gu Changa just smiled. He walked over and gently hugged her. Then don't miss me. Yu Mingkong leaned her head on his shoulder and suddenly smiled mischievously. I will miss you. Gu Changa held her soft hand and smiled faintly. Yu Mingkong went into seclusion. Just as she said, even she didn't know when she would wake up. Although she created the great dream reincarnation immortal art, she didn't fully understand the many mysteries in it. A big dream, perhaps he would return to the ancient times. Gu Changa sent the puppet Da to guard Yu Mingkong outside the cave abode. Da was born from the murderous aura of the demon lord's true blood in the demon burial abyss. However, its potential was not inferior to those immortal kings at all. All these years, Gu Changa had intentionally or unintentionally fed Da with many resources. Da's true strength had grown to the level of an immortal king. However, the fact that Yu Mingkong was in seclusion made Gu Changa think about other things. He might not be worried about the disaster that would befall the true mountain and sea world in the future, but the people beside him were different. It was the same for his parents and clan in this life. After finding out that his true identity was the former world devastator demon master, the Longevity Gu clan was more or less afraid of him. This was something that could not be changed or avoided. Gu Changa did not care about it at first. However, now that Yu Mingkong was going to go into closed-door cultivation, he had no choice but to consider these things. Perhaps he should let the people around him improve their strength or something. Gu Changa naturally had the ability to protect them, but he could not guarantee that he could protect everyone around him when he finally pulled in the net. After all, the other two true ancestors that he was plotting against were truly unfathomable and indescribable existences. Even now, Guchanga was not completely confident that he could succeed in the end. If I were alone in this world, why would I care about these things? In the end, I still included myself in this plan. Guchanga shook his head gently and rubbed the center of his brows. At the same time, in the depths of the Longevity Gu clan's territory, there was a pure and holy scene there. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Divine mountains were lofty, and immortal chi was thick. It was like an independent universe. Clouds rose, and a silver waterfall fell from the sky. Even in this world that was undergoing shocking changes, it still gave off an air of transcendence. At that moment, many of the Gu clan's progenitors were gathered in the clan's ancestral hall with solemn expressions. This was a simple and ancient courtyard. It did not look like a grand palace or a pavilion, but there were terrifying divine patterns that flickered and intersected with each other everywhere. They were filled with an ancient air. Since the Gu clan was founded, it has actually spanned hundreds of millions of epochs. Even before the era of the Taboo era and at the beginning of the era of the innate legends, the Gu clan could still be found, an old man with a face full of vicissitudes, dressed in a wide black robe, was standing in the ancestral hall and speaking to everyone. He was dressed in a black robe embroidered with the pattern of fallen leaves. It covered his body and even his feet. At first glance, people could not see the figure under the robe. All they could see was a wide black robe. However, many of the Gu clan's progenitors here were incomparably respectful to this person. Even the arrogant progenitors like Gulang stood quietly and listened to these words. Beside this black-robed old man, there were a few existences with equally ancient auras. They were surrounded by fog and surged with chaotic light, causing people's hearts to tremble. They came from the immortal domain. To be precise, they came from the immortal domain's Gu clan. After the Taboo era, the Gu clan was divided into two parts. Some of the progenitors brought their clansmen to the immortal domain. The remaining clansmen stayed in the upper realm to guard the clan's homeland. When Guchanga was in the immortal domain, he actually knew about the other branch of the Gu clan. However, he did not go and ask about it. The black-robed old man who spoke was the founder of the Gu clan in name. There were quite a number of clansmen who called him the first ancestor, but he considered himself the ninth ancestor. No one knew how long he had lived, but he had lived for a very long time. Many of the progenitors thought that he had passed away and disappeared into the passage of time, but they did not expect that he would appear again in this world and lead the many clansmen of the Gu clan in the immortal domain. In terms of age, the true mountain and sea world is nothing before the Gu clan. The black-robed old man's voice was ancient. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling that time was passing. The space and time around them distorted, and even the laws of the world were wailing. The hearts of the many Gu clan's progenitors in the ancestral hall trembled because of the ninth ancestor's words. They did not expect to hear such a truth. They did not know much about the origins of the Gu clan. There were only a few records in the ancient scrolls. However, they did not expect that the Gu clan would have such a long history. Even the true mountain and sea world was nothing before them. The Gu clan has been in hibernation in the true mountain and sea world for countless years, and from the start until now, we only have one goal, and that is to revive our great ancestor. The next moment, the black-robed old man's words caused a bang to ring in the hearts of all the Gu clan's progenitors. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were immediately stunned on the spot. His voice was not loud, but it contained a presence that made people's hearts tremble. It was as if even the stars in the sky were trembling and about to fall. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe these words. Revive their ancestor? The Gu clan's ancestor? Who was that person? The black-robed old man was not surprised by the crowd's reaction. His ancient voice gradually became softer. In the past, the Gu clan's ancestor took the final step and became an eternal existence in Truth Tao realm. Since ancient times, there have only been a handful of such existences. Those so-called ancient cultivators in Truth Tao realm who went through their 7th, 8th, and even 9th decrees could only be crushed to death with one finger of the ancestors. However, in the end, in that disaster where there was practically no hope, he chose to turn his body into a world to protect all living beings and gave up on himself. When he said this, his voice became softer and even a little hoarse, as if he had witnessed that battle with his own eyes. P.S. The more I write, the more difficult it is to write. There are too many threads and pitfalls involved. I can't write quickly even if I want to. I can only try my best to be steady and finish the story well. In truth, I regret opening the other book. I overestimated my condition and opened both books, but I was not satisfied with both. I also did not update much, and it really made my mind tired. Also, this book has been changed. It can be found on Anime Kwai, Kansas. Those who are interested can go and take a look. Chapter 939. He chose to create a world with his body and protect all living beings. All the Gu family's progenitors in the ancestral hall were shocked. It was as if they had also fallen into that disaster because of the black-robed old man's words. What kind of person was the Gu family's distant ancestor? How could he save all living beings with his own power? The world was dark, the universe collapsed, and all the worlds were destroyed. Endless darkness enveloped the world. War, fire, blood, and chaos. However, there was one person who stood tall under the heavens, contending against all enemies and never falling. How great was his courage and determination! They might not have seen it before, but at that moment they were filled with respect for their distant ancestor. It was as if there was still an unyielding will and great courage flowing in his blood. I didn't expect that the Gu family's origins would be like this. One of the progenitors could not help but whisper. His voice was filled with admiration. An endless amount of time passed just like that. Our distant ancestor was buried in the world, and his body turned into all worlds. The true mountain and sea world was only born because of his good fortune in the past. The black-robed old man's ancient and deep voice rang out once again as he continued to talk about the secret. Everyone was stunned once again. Even the true mountain and sea world was only born because of the distant ancestor's legacy? What kind of unfathomable and terrifying power was this? It was simply unimaginable and indescribable. Even immortal kings and immortal emperors were as insignificant as dust in front of this level. Our bloodline moved here to protect the true spirit left behind by our distant ancestor so that he could be resurrected one day. Even if an endless amount of time has passed, our distant ancestor will still be able to return. The black-robed old man swept his gaze across the crowd slowly. His calm and deep voice was filled with unwavering determination. He explained all this to the Gu family's progenitors, because he wanted them to understand the secret. The Gu family in the true mountain and sea world could only be considered as a bloodline in the vast universe. The disaster was about to arrive. If he did not tell them all this beforehand, he was worried that the Gu family would fall into chaos because of it. In fact, they did not even know how to deal with the current world. Besides, these things should be told to them. Right now, the realm barrier outside of the immortal domain isn't going to hold on for much longer. Although this old man does not fear the hunter who crossed the vast expanse to come here, I do not wish for my Gu clan to be harmed in this calamity. That's why I told you about this, because I wanted to bring all of you out of the true mountain and sea world and rush to the 9 heavens. Over there lies the true main bloodline of my Gu clan. It is also the true burial place of the distant ancestor. The black-robed old man looked at the shocked clansmen and spoke again. There was a bright light in his eyes. Only he, the 9th ancestor who had created the Gu family in the true mountain and sea world, knew about these things. The rest of the Gu clan, including the rest of the great ancestors, had no idea that such a thing had happened. Not only did the Gu family have such an ancient origin, but they also seemed to bear the heavy responsibility of reviving their ancestors. 9 heavens, is that the legendary immortal root? Origin of immortals. One of the progenitors found it difficult to calm down. He did not expect that the true main bloodline of the Gu clan would be in the legendary 9 heavens. Before this, they had naturally heard of the rumors about the 9 heavens and understood just how transcendent that place was. Before the immortal ancient era, there were already cultivators who spent their entire lives searching for the 9 heavens. There were also all sorts of rumors, such as people entering the 9 heavens through some unexpected places, leaving behind all sorts of wild guesses for the later generations. In fact, even Immortal Palace, which had once unified the true mountain and sea world, had once searched for the 9 heavens, and there were people who had truly gone there. In the eyes of the world, the 9 heavens represented the sacred, and to cultivators, it had a completely different meaning. The 9 heavens are not as sacred as you think. That place is actually the land where the heavens are buried, and there are many things buried there. A nostalgic look appeared in the black-robed old man's eyes. He could not help but shake his head, and his tone finally regained its calm. Once he finished speaking, he looked at the people in the ancestral hall, quietly, giving them time to calm down. They had suddenly obtained so much information and secrets. Even if they were powerful, it would be difficult for them to digest all of it in a short period of time. Then are we going to start migrating now? Are we going to give up on everything in the true mountain and sea world? One of the progenitors asked after some thought. They had lived in this place for many years and had long since developed feelings for it. It was not easy for them to leave just because they wanted to. If we can leave as soon as possible, then leave as soon as possible. Right now, the celestial region is not a place where we can stay for long. I might not be afraid of the hunters beyond the vast expanse, but before I can truly revive the distant ancestor, I don't want to waste too much energy on these things. The black-robed old man only shook his head calmly. In his heart, there was nothing more important than reviving the distant ancestor. As for how he would revive the distant ancestor, he did not go into detail. The Gu family's progenitors also did not ask about it. Progenitor, based on what you said, doesn't that mean that in the near future the celestial region will be completely destroyed? Even if so many ancient existences have been revived, it won't be of any use, right? There were still people who were unwilling to give up on the homeland where the Gu family had lived for generations. When the black-robed old man heard this, he still shook his head. There were many other things that he did not say. Historically speaking, his existence could be traced back to the birth of the true mountain and sea world, which was before the era of the innate legends. That was why his vision surpassed everyone else's, and he could easily determine the extent of the calamity that would befall the celestial region this time. In terms of cultivation, he had already surpassed the immortal Emperor realm and was in the Void Dao realm. He had already gone through 2 heavenly blight disasters. In the current true mountain and sea world, he could not find anyone who was stronger than him. Besides Gu Changa, who was the reincarnation of the demon master, he believed in his own judgment. If he continued to stay in the true mountain and sea world, it would only cause unnecessary losses. The Gu family's progenitors in the ancestral hall fell silent. Before the old man who had founded the Gu family, any decision they made was completely useless. I'm only doing this to protect the Gu family. His voice was ancient, but he did not explain too much. If you're doing this to protect the Gu family, then why are you giving up on the family's land? However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the ancestral hall, and Gu Changa appeared. He walked over with a natural expression, and his gaze landed on the black-robed old man. He seemed to be sizing him up with interest. Changa, the many progenitors in the ancestral hall were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect that Gu Changa would appear here at this time. However, in terms of seniority, they were Gu Changa's progenitors. However, in terms of identity, Gu Changa's true identity was the world devastator demon master. His origins could not be traced. In front of him, they could only be considered juniors. The black-robed old man's gaze focused slightly. At the same time, he was also sizing up Gu Changa, who had appeared. When he was in the celestial region, he already knew of Gu Changa's existence. However, he had no intention of showing himself at that time. Now he could be considered to have truly met Gu Changa. He could not figure out the origins of this world devastator demon master who had reincarnated into the Gu family. Gu Changa had already existed during the first War of the Heavens. Moreover, he had saved the incarnation of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm as a former heaven destroyer. He knew all these things and had even seen them with his own eyes. However, with the transcendence of the Gu family, he had never participated in that war. Even before the Forbidden Era, when the Immortal Palace was founded, he witnessed everything with his own eyes as a spectator. However, why would Gu Changa destroy the Immortal Palace? How did he become enemies with the master of the Immortal Palace? He did not know, nor did he understand the reason. How should I address you? The black-robed old man shook his head slightly in his heart. Even if it was the reincarnated Gu Changa, he still could not see clearly. He did not even know what realm the current Gu Changa was in. His entire person seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Since ancient times, including now, there was no sign of him. This was somewhat inconceivable. If it was in the past, he would not be shocked and puzzled. After all, his cultivation was not as strong as Gu Changa's, and he could not see through his origins. However, now, Gu Changa obviously had not recovered to his peak state. But why could he still not see Gu Changa clearly? One had to know that even immortal emperors could reverse time, see the past and future, deduce the secrets of heaven, and see through karma. What's more, he was an existence that surpassed immortal emperors. His true strength had reached a level that no one could guess. The name is not important. You can call me Demon Master, or you can call me Changa like the ancestors. Gu Changa had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This was the big fish that he had been fishing for. People who had revived in other eras were just small fish and not worth his attention. There was not even a real emperor among them. However, the appearance of the founder of the Gu family in front of him was of great significance to Gu Changa now, even though this involved another chess piece that he had set up. However, it did not matter now. The black-robed old man was silent for a moment. He did not expect Gu Changa to be so straightforward. "I'll still call you Demon Master," he said. Gu Changa smiled faintly and said, "Progenitor, you can call me whatever you like. I didn't come here to call you that." The black-robed old man's strength surpassed that of immortal emperors. He had even reached the void Tao realm and passed the second heaven's blight. To put it bluntly, he was definitely one of the strongest people in the history of the true mountain and sea world. Even at his peak, Tsing-Yi barely had the qualifications to fight with him. "I can guess your goal, but the true mountain and sea world is hopeless. Otherwise I wouldn't have made the decision to give up the clan's land so easily." The black-robed old man seemed to know Gu Changa's goal and shook his head slightly. Gu Changa sighed softly and said, "Progenitor, why do you say that? Don't we still have 100 years? These 100 years are more than enough for the true mountain and sea world." Hearing this, the black-robed old man's eyes focused, and his expression became serious. He knew that with Gu Changa's status, he would not say such words so easily. Did that not mean that Gu Changa had some sort of plan? However, what could be changed in 100 years? Even if he had another 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 100 eras, there would not be any changes. If it wasn't because there was no other way, who would be willing to leave their home? After all, this is the foundation I built with my own hands, the family I created with my own hands. Your parents and clansmen are all my descendants. How can I bear to watch them be sacrificed along with this world? I don't know what your plan is, but I can tell you directly. This time, the hunters who crossed over from beyond the vast expanse are very strong. They definitely have an ancient true world supporting them. Besides that, I also sensed a mad and chaotic presence among them. There might be a lunatic among them. At this point, the black-robed old man no longer hid anything. He did not expect the Gu family members to understand what he said and understand how dangerous the situation was. However, he knew that Gu Changa definitely understood what he meant. A hunter with an ancient true world supporting him would not be much weaker than him. And those who were called lunatics were all ruthless people who had destroyed a true world with their own hands. They had long since lost their emotions and did not have any misgivings. Besides him and Gu Changa, who else in the current true mountain and sea world had the right to fight against those hunters? It was precisely because of this that the black-robed old man decided to bring all the members of the Gu family to migrate to the 9 heavens. He did not want to stay in this place and be sacrificed along with the true mountain and sea world. He was very clear-headed and rational. He understood just how terrifying this disaster was to the true mountain and sea world. The other living beings were not afraid because they were ignorant and could not come into contact with this level of power. They understood too little. However, Gu Changa should understand this. The true mountain and sea world is not as weak as you think, progenitor. Those who should return will return. Could this disaster compare to the calamity? Gu Changa smiled faintly. His tone did not become solemn because of what the black-robed old man said. Did I underestimate the true mountain and sea world? Or are you saying that you have some sort of plan that I do not know about? When the black-robed old man heard this, he frowned. Under his wide robe, he began making deductions. Chapter 940. At his current level, there were many things that he did not need to deliberately deduce. He would have a premonition about them. Even the life, past, and future of a cultivator could be clearly understood with just one glance. The reason why he wanted to migrate with the Gu family and leave this world was because he saw the scenes from the past. The true mountain and sea world was covered in a rain of blood. The heavens had collapsed and the world was hazy. All living beings were plunged into misery and suffering, and the entire world was sacrificed. He could not see the slightest bit of hope in this. He could only see gray and desolation. The world had collapsed, and all worlds were enveloped in endless blood and fire. Yet now, Gu Changa suddenly told him that he had underestimated the true mountain and sea world. There was a hint of doubt and confusion in the black-robed old man's heart. He quickly began to deduce, but as he continued to deduce, his frown deepened. Why was the celestial domain still the same as the future he had seen? It was broken, collapsed, and its order was destroyed? He felt that there was something strange about it, so he continued to deduce it again and again. There were billions of possibilities in every instant, but in the eyes of an existence like him, these billions of possibilities were clear lines that could lead him to the set result of the future. Impossible. When he tried to deduce the Gu Changa in front of him again, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have disappeared from the past, the future, and even the present. He was clearly standing here, but it also seemed like he was not there. He stood in a dimension unknown to others and looked down on all living beings. The black-robed old man swiftly raised his head and stared at Gu Changa. You have clearly not recovered to your former peak. But why is it that even in the present world, you are nowhere to be seen? Who the hell are you? Was the dark calamity many epochs ago deliberately set up by you? He seemed to have understood something at that moment, and he asked with a grave voice, if that was really the case, did it not mean that even he had been deceived by Gu Changa in the past? He thought that he was a person who was above the world and looked down on the changes of the people in the epochs, the turmoil of the mountains and rivers, and the movement of the stars from the perspective of a bystander. But in truth, all of this was under Gu Changa's control and planning. All of the Gu family clansmen in the ancestral hall felt a kind of pressure, as if their souls were trembling. This was just a strand of aura that the black-robed old man had inadvertently revealed when he spoke just now. He had no intention of targeting them. However, this terrifying, suffocating feeling that was as vast as the entire universe was pressing down on them, still terrified them. For an existence like this ancestor of the Gu clan, his cultivation could only be described as unfathomable and indescribable. It was completely at a level that they could not guess or imagine. However, Gu Changa seemed as if he didn't feel this pressure, and his expression was composed as he smiled faintly. "Ancestor, what do you mean? Are you doubting me? Do you really think that I intend to destroy the true mountain and sea world and make all the living beings in the world die with it?" His words caused the expressions of all the ancestors in the ancestral hall to change. They suddenly felt that Gu Changa and this ancestor seemed to be competing against each other. No matter what, Gu Changa was a member of the Gu clan, and he was even familiar with some of them. Naturally, they did not want Gu Changa to come into conflict with this ancestor. The black-robed old man also understood that he had lost his composure, and his expression quickly returned to normal. It had been a long time since he had such a huge fluctuation in his emotions like today. Originally, he had an aloof attitude towards the true mountain and sea world, because since ancient times there were not many people who could truly enter his eyes. The only exception was Gu Changa. But why could he not sense the presence of any other space-time or time on Gu Changa, or even the ripples of existence? It was as if Gu Changa had truly collected all the figures in the timeline, and the endless space-time had returned to one, and he was the only one. As an ancient cultivator in the void Tao realm who had walked on the path of transcendence and had even gone through 2 heavenly blight tribulations, he knew what this meant, which was why everyone found it hard to believe. He stood tall in the current world, but he could not find Gu Changa's figure in the past. It was as if he did not exist in the past, nor did he exist in the future. In fact, he did not even exist in the current world he was in. It was as if Gu Changa had appeared out of thin air. It was such a creepy thing to do. "It's not that I doubt you, but I suddenly don't understand your origins. Since ancient times, only those with talent who broke through the shackles and restrictions had the right to jump from the immortal realm to the Tao realm. Could it be that you are an anomaly among anomalies, a so-called anomaly?" The black-robed old man's voice was slightly deep. His origins were extremely ancient and could be traced back to countless eras ago. At that time, cultivation realms were not as detailed as now. Ancient cultivators like them were used to calling themselves the mortal realm, the immortal realm, and the Tao realm. The mortal realm generally covered all the realms before the immortal path. Even those who stood at the peak of the human path, who were also those who had achieved the Tao, were only at the peak of the mortal realm. As for the immortal realm, it was actually a series of realms from the true immortal realm to the immortal emperor realm. After walking on the path of transcendence, it was the Tao realm. The division between the void Tao realm and the true Tao realm also came from this. However, there were too few ancient cultivators who had walked to the Tao realm. Even those ancient true worlds that had been nurtured for countless eras and gone through many calamities had only given birth to a few existences in the Tao realm. Therefore, the black-robed old man was completely qualified to look down on the true mountain and sea world. This was just a newly born ancient world, and there was not even a single ancient cultivator. During the first war of the heavens, if the demon lord had not appeared, there might not have been the second calamity and the current true mountain and sea world. This series of events made the black-robed old man think in a certain direction, especially when Gu Changa said these words in front of him today. "Ancestor, you worry too much. I just want to tell you that the true mountain and sea world will not be destroyed because of this calamity. As for the anomaly, you can understand it that way, but I would rather call it an anomaly." Gu Changa still smiled faintly. The black-robed old man's frown deepened. Anomaly? If there was an anomaly in the unseen world, then it was pardonable. He did not dare to directly say that he could determine the past and present, and that he could see through everything. The path of cultivation was long and filled with dangers. There was no end to the Tao. He did not think that he was truly invincible after reaching this realm. Even someone as strong as the distant ancestor had a time when he was unable to reverse the situation. "I came here to look for you, because there is something I want to discuss with you. I also know about the Gu family. The 9 heavens are located in a very distant place, and it is inevitable that some unavoidable accidents will happen on the way. I naturally do not wish for many of my family members to die and be placed in a dangerous situation. The heavens are heartless and treat all living things as nothing more than straw. All living things are nothing more than straw, and they are cut down again and again. Guchanga did not pay attention to the black-robed old man and the puzzled expressions of his family members in the ancestral hall. He began to explain his purpose in coming here. Since he had already caught the big fish, he should have a use for it. From a certain point of view, there was indeed no one more suitable than the Gu family's ancestor. When the black-robed old man heard these words, he sank into silence. Perhaps the members of the Gu family in the ancestral hall did not understand the meaning of these words, but at his level he naturally understood what Guchanga was trying to say. Although it was fated that every true world would be tested by the Aeon calamity after the passage of time, it was still fated. If they went through the Aeon calamity, they would undergo a new transformation and reach a higher level. If they did not go through the Aeon calamity, their bodies and souls would scatter, and they would return to nothingness. They would be buried in the primordial chaos and wait for a chance encounter hundreds of millions of eras later to give birth to a new life. This was similar to cultivators. From the moment they stepped onto the path of cultivation, they were destined to fight to cross it. None of the living beings in the universe were spared from such a fate. If this was the fate of the heavens, then they could just accept it. However, the higher their level was, the more they would discover just how terrifying the world was. The so-called struggle was just being locked in a cage and fighting to grow stronger like Gu. When the time was right, they would reap the harvest and settle the score. To put it nicely, they were called cultivators, but in truth, they were just leaks in the eyes of the living beings of a higher level. They would be reaped after a wave was reaped. Even if an anomaly was born among them, they would have a chance to break through the cage and approach the real world. However, in the end, they would still be crushed to death by the terrifying hand that would stretch out from there. What Guchanga said at that moment was the same in the black-robed old man's eyes. I naturally understand what you're saying, but what's the use of understanding? Back then, even the distant ancestor could not escape this fate. What can we do? His expression could not help but reveal some sadness. He shook his head and was a little dispirited. Over the countless years, haven't there been many heavens destroyers who wanted to rush out and approach the real world? Even if their bodies and bones were crushed and their souls destroyed, they would not hesitate. What is there to be afraid of? Guchanga was still smiling faintly. When the heavens destroyers were mentioned, the black-robed old man's expression changed slightly. He could not help but look up at the sky outside the ancestral hall. When he did not see any strange phenomena, he was slightly relieved. The words Heaven's Destroyer could not be said easily. It could easily lead to endless disasters. However, Guchanga said it so calmly in front of so many Gu clan members in the ancestral hall. The black-robed old man could not help but bitterly smile in his heart. He really did not have any scruples. The higher one's level was, the more they could feel that kind of unseen, ever-present gaze. Everything he said and everything he did had to be done with utmost caution. Why don't you just tell me directly what you want to do? The black-robed old man sighed in his heart. It seemed that the longer he lived, the smaller his courage became. Although Guchanga should be an existence that was more ancient and mysterious than him, he was still young. However, with his current appearance, he was just a young man. He was young and full of vigor, fearless and unconcerned, and he openly said the 2 words Heaven's punishment. I want to reorganize the true world and establish the Heaven's Destroyer Alliance in the name of Heaven's Destroyer. Guchanga was still smiling faintly, and his tone was also very casual. What? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He was even shocked, horrified, and in disbelief. Rumble. In the void, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of thunderclaps at this moment. A terrifying aura was about to rush over from beyond the sky. It was as if this sentence had touched a taboo that should not be touched and awakened a terrifying existence that was in deep sleep. All the members of the Gu family in the ancestral hall felt as if their divine souls were about to explode and their spiritual seas were about to collapse. Their bodies trembled all over. Their entire bodies were about to collapse to the ground. A pair of eyes that seemed to have landed from an unknown place was about to look over. The boundless power that came with it was as if a part of the blue sky was about to crash down, crushing their spines and turning their divine souls into ashes. However, Gu Changa's expression still did not change at all. With a calm expression, he waved his sleeve. There seemed to be a dull and miserable groan from the depths of heaven and earth. Then, this terrifying power suddenly dissipated like a tide. All the members of the Gu family felt as if they had been fished out of the sea at this moment. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, even though they had been through many storms in 3 years. There was still some fear and uneasiness in their eyes. What exactly is this? Someone could not help but murmur. There was still a trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. The black-robed old man's expression had returned to normal. He only looked at Gu Changa with a complicated expression. He did not expect that Gu Changa's ambition would be so great that he would dare to set up the Heaven Alliance. How bold and daring did he have to be? After all, he had only said that sentence just now, and it had caused such a terrifying phenomenon and attracted the attention of a certain place. If he really set up the Heaven Alliance, it would cause endless waves and cause a terrible karma backlash. The black-robed old man did not dare to imagine. However, what shocked him even more was that Gu Changa had blocked the gaze that was about to look at him with a casual wave of his hand. This strength might not have returned to its peak state, but it should not be far away. How far did you go in the past? How did you reincarnate and cultivate again? The black-robed old man finally could not help but ask the biggest question in his heart. With Gu Changa's strength, even after the Forbidden Era, it would be easy for him to destroy the entire True Mountain and Sea World. What kind of existence could fight against him? But why did Gu Changa, who had such invincible strength, end up in the state of reincarnation? The black-robed old man might have lived through that era, but there were many things that he only knew a little about. Chapter 941. It was like the cause of the Forbidden Era and the various things that happened in between after the First War of the Heavens. To the black-robed old man, it was as if he was shrouded in a layer of fog. He could clearly see everything. But when he looked closer, he found that the fog was getting thicker. The scenes he saw before became blurry and chaotic again. To him, the current Gu Changa seemed to be shrouded in fog. All of his actions and words made him feel that it was inconceivable and difficult to understand. Suddenly, the black-robed old man seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Gu Changa in disbelief. Could it be that you are like the distant ancestor and ran into an irresistible power from the real world? Besides this possibility, he could not think of any other possibility that could make Gu Changa reincarnate and cultivate again. Even the powerful warriors from the other ancient true worlds might not be able to do anything to Gu Changa when he was at his peak. But when he thought about it this way, he became even more terrified. Even the terrifying power from the real world could not truly kill Gu Changa. It could only make him reincarnate. After many years, Gu Changa had returned to the world. He was not dead. Did that not mean that Gu Changa was stronger than the distant ancestor of the Gu family? After all, even the distant ancestor was wary of that power. He once said that it was not something that any living creature in the world could withstand. Even if it was just a wisp of chi, it could easily destroy all lives and make all cultivators vanish. No wonder you have such boldness and courage to say such words. You are a companion of the distant ancestor. In fact, you might have even gone further than the distant ancestor. At that moment, the black-robed old man finally understood a little. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of his lips. Gu Changa did not answer too much. He still had a faint smile on his face. Since the black-robed old man was connecting in that direction, then he would naturally not expose anything. The people of the Gu family in the ancestral hall could only understand half of the words that sounded like a riddle. However, they did not understand what the black-robed old man meant. Gu Changa was on the same level as the Gu clan's ancestor? Could it be that he could go even further? Compared to the transcending distant ancestors, he might be able to go even further. This is definitely one of the most powerful individuals from past to present. Their hearts were filled with shock. Originally, when they found out about the many secrets of the Gu family, they already felt that it was very inconceivable. They needed a period of time to digest these facts. However, he never expected that Gu Changa's true origin was even more powerful than his ancestor. Those words were personally spoken by the ancestor before him. This shock was even more shocking and inconceivable than personally hearing the deeds of the distant ancestor just now. With you guarding the true mountain and sea world, it is indeed more useful than any other defensive measures. The black-robed old man's expression had already returned to normal, but his heart was still not calm. He also understood. Gu Changa had personally said that the true mountain and sea world was not as simple as it seemed. He definitely had his own intentions and plans. The black-robed old man did not intend to ask any more questions about this. With Gu Changa around, there was naturally no need to worry about this so-called hunter disaster. At that time, it would be hard to say who would be the hunter and who would be the hunted. I am not staying in the true mountain and sea world just to guard this place. Gu Changa smiled faintly. His eyes became deep and profound. He said, "The heavens are not benevolent. I want to build the alliance of heaven. I want to use the power of all ages to attack the heavens and purge the world. I came here today to ask for a favor from you, progenitor." The black-robed old man's eyebrows twitched again because of his words. However, when he thought about Gu Changa's origins, there did not seem to be anything wrong with it. He could only force himself to remain calm and not make a fuss because of this. After all, when one reached Gu Changa's level, one's pursuit of Tao and Tao had already reached its limit. There might be no end to the Tao, but there was an end to the road. They were already standing at the end of the road. That was why the people at the same level as Gu Changa and the Gu family's progenitor were no longer thinking about how to survive the calamity or how to get through heaven's blight. Instead, they were thinking about how to attack the heavens and how to break through the end of the road to reach the end. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" the black-robed old man asked in a low voice. He knew that he had no room to refuse. Even though his identity was that of Gu Changa's ancestor in this life, it was of no use. In this kind of situation, Gu Changa probably wouldn't give him a choice. "I want you to build the Heaven Crusade Alliance with me, progenitor." Gu Changa said these 3 words without hesitation. Just as the black-robed old man's expression was about to change drastically again, he continued, "The Heaven Crusade Alliance will not only have my power alone. Only by using the power of all ages will we have a chance to attack the heavens and prove our Tao. As you can see, I haven't recovered to my peak state. I also lack ancient cultivators who can control the situation. The birth of the Heaven Crusade Alliance can't be completed overnight. I can only play a role in it at most. If we want to break the cage and come into contact with the true power, we have to gather the power of all ages." Many of the Gu family members present did not understand what these words meant. However, judging from the black-robed old man's gradually changing expression, the information contained was absolutely terrifying. Attack the heavens and prove their Tao? They did not dare to imagine these things at all. The black-robed old man's expression became completely heavy. He remained silent because of Gu Changa's words. Huge waves surged in his heart. He could not calm down at all. Attack the heavens and prove their Tao? This was something that even their progenitor did not dare to say. Who in the billions of universes and the vast heavens would dare to say such a thing. Even the Heaven Crusade sect, which was established in the nine heavens, dared to name themselves this because of the uniqueness of the nine heavens. If they walked out of the nine heavens, they would probably suffer a terrifying backlash in an instant and would be destroyed easily. Of course, I will give you some time to think about it, progenitor. You don't have to decide whether to agree or not now. That's just a suggestion of mine. The profound expression on Gu Changa's face disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face once again. The Heaven Crusade alliance was only the first step of his plan. In Gu Changa's opinion, the many subsequent plans were actually more important. He had spoken to the black-robed old man like this mainly because the current true mountain and sea world did indeed lack suitable ancient cultivators. Even the ancient existences who had survived the calamity might not have reached the immortal emperor realm, let alone the path of transcendence. I understand. The black-robed old man nodded. He did not directly answer Gu Changa. This kind of thing was not something that could be easily said or agreed to. He had to be extremely careful. The gaze from the unseen was not a joke. It was just like how, when Gu Changa mentioned the Heaven Crusade sect, thunder had exploded in the void, and a terrifying might had almost enveloped this place. The higher the level, the more they had to pay attention to this. If a normal person said this, it would definitely not affect them. At that moment, the black-robed old man was also considering whether he should think of a way to contact the main family in the nine heavens and discuss this matter. Even though their goal had always been to revive their ancestor, it did not mean that they were willing to become leeks and be harvested by others. The reason why their ancestor had died in the past was because he had encountered the great terror of the true land and had no choice but to use his body to create a world. Gu Changa left the Gu family and did not talk to the other progenitors or family members. Their levels were different now. Even if he let go of everything and spoke to them calmly, they would still be afraid and uneasy. As for his parents in this life, he only glanced at them from afar before turning around and leaving. Gu Lintien had already stepped down from the position of family head, the two of them long focusing on cultivation, both of them currently in seclusion. Gu Changa secretly sent over a strand of innate natural luck energy. Even though it couldn't help them reverse the innate heavens, it was still easy for them to be reborn, to break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. In this great world, everyone was striving to cross over. If they remained stagnant, they would soon be submerged by the great era's flood, buried within. Even though the various lands were in chaos, great calamities descending, many cultivators were still unwilling to give up, trying to seize that trace of life. Gu Changa's emotions were actually not that deep. He had seen this type of scene too many times, already too familiar with it to the point where he couldn't be any more familiar with it. In the following few months, the higher realms, immortal domain, and even the foreign side all displayed heaven-shocking, irregular scenes. It was to the extent where several Emperor clan ancestors appeared in the foreign side. They were previously sleeping in a certain desolate region, not moving since the ancient times. Now, the instant they revived, half-immortal Emperor might rushed into the heavens, shaking up the world. The cosmos of all sides rumbled, great Tao clashing, countless natural laws interweaved, pouring down from the limits of the heavens like a waterfall. Only after reviving, they all kept a low profile. They already learned about many things that happened during this period of time, not daring to act arrogantly. Even though half-immortal emperors were strong in this chaotic great world, it didn't mean that they were unmatched. This was especially the case when they learned that in at most 100 years, there would be powerful enemies descending from beyond the boundless expanse, bringing endless disaster to this realm. At that time, everyone would become sacrificed together with the heavens. Even immortal kings were only cannon fodder. Half-immortal emperors were merely slightly stronger cannon fodder. They were even more alarmed, feeling a wave of uneasiness. They originally thought that reviving in this great world would give them hope of advancing their cultivation a step further. However, they never expected it to be this cruel and bitter, to the extent where it could even be described as despair. Of course, this was only a scene from the foreign side. It was like an immortal domain, the higher realms, and some other places. There were still many ancient figures reviving. Luo Wang and the others who were in charge of overseeing the boundless battlefield saw quite a few figures appear there during this period of time. They even saw a white-bearded and white-haired elder, bringing a woman with him, crossing that realm dike, heading into the boundless expanse. This left them shocked. This was definitely a supergiant whose cultivation exceeded a mortal king realm, even exceeding half a mortal emperor. Previously, when Moon King tried to cross Realm Dike 523, he almost died along the way, unable to even touch the Realm Dike. This white-bearded and white-haired elder was even more unfathomable. This was especially the case when there was a young woman at his side, an existence suspected to be his disciple. Luo Wang and the others immediately reported this matter to Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e didn't pay it too much attention. During this period of time, more and more ancient giants revived. Among them, there was no lack of individuals whose cultivation exceeded half a mortal emperor, cultivating immortal emperor radiance. However, unless they already exceeded the immortal emperor realm, stepped into the Tao realm, starting the Nine Blight path, they still couldn't draw Gu Chang'e's attention. He placed more of his thoughts on refining the demon Lord Trueblood, recovering to his peak state when he was the demon lord. The drop of demon Lord Trueblood that was left in the demon burial abyss was actually a backup plan that Gu Chang'e had left behind a long time ago. Although he destroyed the demon lord's body with a thought, the demon lord's creation realm cultivation had long been condensed into the first drop of true blood. When he sealed Chan Hongyi in the demon burial abyss, he sealed the drop of true blood together with her. She would gradually become demonic, although it was due to the influence of her mental state. However, it was also due to the aura emitted by the drop of true blood for countless days and nights. Of course, when Gu Chang'e did this, how could she not have wanted Chan Hongyi to guard the drop of true blood as well? Although it was said that he sealed her there, he actually wanted her to guard the drop of true blood, waiting for Gu Chang'e to retrieve it in the future. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. Gu Chang'e rose from the boundless void. The many foundations that he had accumulated before were mostly refined and absorbed by him. The path of transcendence had a total of 9 tribulations, and this path was also known as the Tao realm. However, he didn't need to comprehend many Tao techniques like ordinary cultivators. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he would naturally break through to the next realm. Just like before, when he added points through the system, he further evolved the destiny value, which was also luck, into energy through certain rules. In fact, it was essentially the same, but with the appearance of a system, it was more like an anomaly. He looked at the current situation of the various realms. Compared to the chaos and uneasiness before the catastrophe, the various realms had temporarily restored peace and order with the gradual recovery of the experts of various races. However, this was only on the surface. Gu Chang'e wasn't interested in these matters. He only swept his gaze across the many familiar faces. The Gu clan's ancestor hadn't given him a reply yet, as if he was still considering. Chapter 942. Gu Chang'e did not rush him. There was no need to rush this kind of thing. Besides, there was still some time before the group of hunters outside the vast expanse sea would descend upon the true mountain and sea world. However, this was not the main point. Those hunters were not worthy of Gu Chang'e's attention. What he was considering now was whether he should contact the other true worlds. The formation of the Heaven-Punishing Alliance naturally could not involve only one true world. If they wanted to rely on a true world to shake the real world, which was also the origin world, then that was practically a fantasy, a fool's dream. Gu Chang'e swept his gaze across the other true worlds. While the power of nothingness was refining the demon lord's true blood, even Jiang Chuchu, Yin Mei, and the others had entered seclusion. They were also trying to break through to a higher realm. Compared to before, there was not much to deal with in the divine nation and the heavenly court. Usually, there were only a few heavenly soldiers and generals patrolling the area to maintain order. The various races and orthodoxies were not stupid. They would not offend the divine nation and the heavenly court. Moreover, during this period of time, many old monsters had revived. Some ancient figures had even experienced the dark calamity of the Forbidden Era in the same era as Gu Changa. Therefore, they were well aware of how terrifying Gu Changa was. None of them dared to act rashly. They all holed up in their own territories. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I last saw Sianer. Gu Changa's figure appeared in the heavenly court's 4 Cardinal Divine Palace. The magnificent palace was exceptionally cold and quiet. There was no sign of human habitation. It had been a long time since anyone had appeared here. After Yu Mingkong entered seclusion, Gu Changa gave the order. Many of the heavenly court's affairs were handed over to his many officials, including the various immortal king clans in the immortal region. Therefore, there was almost no one in the vast central area of the heavenly court. Even the experts who had followed Gu Changa and were highly regarded by him did not dare to set foot here without permission. He shook his head slightly. In the empty palace, only the hanging curtain was fluttering in the wind. Gu Changa stood there alone for a long time without moving, ever since the last time he returned from the immortal region with the big red bird and saw Gu Xian. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. According to the big red bird, Gu Xianer was the reincarnation of an heir from the true mountain and sea world. He had once died in the true mountain and sea world while resisting the culpa of measure. However, Gu Changa's memories of the true mountain and sea world's heirs were very vague and limited. In the past, he had not paid much attention to it. He had placed most of his attention on the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, Qing-yi. It's still missing the smell of human smoke. Even though I'm used to the loneliness of eternity, I'm still not used to not seeing this punching bag for so long. Gu Changa sighed slightly. He knew that Gu Xian was probably training and becoming stronger with the help of the big red bird. Therefore, he did not use any means to deduce her whereabouts. After a long time, he walked out of the hall. The space before his eyes was blurry. He walked slowly within it. In the shrine of Destiny, Xiaoruoyin, who was dressed in a plain long dress, was sitting on a praying mat with her eyes closed. She did not move at all. She had also entered some kind of deep level of isolation. However, the shrine of Destiny had always been quiet. There were not many living beings in the galaxy within a circumference of nearly 1,000,000 miles. Xiaoruoyin had also dismissed all the maids in the shrine of Destiny. She had accompanied the immortal boat and the ancient lamp. Gu Changa's arrival did not wake her up. He only watched from the side without making a sound. After watching for a while, he quietly left. Gu Changa did not know why he had come to the Shrine of Destiny. Why did he want to look at Xiaoruoyin? Was it because the people around him had all entered isolation? Was it because he was a little lonely? Wanted to find someone to talk to? Or was it because he felt guilty toward Xiaoruoyin? Gu Changa found it difficult to understand these emotions. He did not cultivate the Tao of emotionlessness, but whether it was the body of a demon lord or the body of a true ancestor, he was destined to be different from ordinary people. It was impossible for him to follow the prescribed order and experience all kinds of things like ordinary people experiencing all kinds of things in the world. Why would I have such emotions? Is this the internal audit telling me that my emotions are incomplete? Gu Changa gently shook his head. He had never felt that he could be considered a person with emotions. In order to achieve his goals, he could use any means at his disposal, by hook or by crook. In his view, the process was more important than the result. Therefore, when considering many things, he would first consider the result, and then consider what means to use in order to achieve this result as quickly as possible. This was a natural habit that had already been branded into the depths of his soul like a brand. In Gu Changa's eyes, All kinds of things in the world, whether people or objects, could be regarded as tools. The only difference between them was the level of their value. Therefore, most of the time, it was difficult for him to develop true feelings for these tools. Perhaps I should also, in a true sense, experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living beings. True emotions. Guchanga looked inside himself, and then calmed his heart and pondered. At his level, there were many things that he felt which were not groundless. It was very likely that this was a great opportunity. The more simple a problem seemed, the easier it was to return to the essence, to return to nature, and to approach the origin of nature. When he reunited with Tsing-yi on the moon in the boundless sea, he discovered this problem. At first, he was also slightly puzzled as to why he felt some guilt towards Tsing-yi and could not bear to. This was something that was impossible in the past. As long as Tsing-yi could help him complete his plan and achieve his goal, he would not hesitate to abandon her. Therefore, there was no such thing as soft-heartedness and compassion. But when Tsing-yi hugged him and treated him as her only support, never doubting him from the beginning to the end, he still felt some palpitations in his heart. This made Guchanga think of Yu Mingkong, Guxian and Jiang Chuchu. During this period of time, when he was refining the drop of true blood, Guchanga was also thinking about this problem. How did he view the family around him? A tool or a plaything? He did not cultivate the Tao of ruthlessness. Before he completely awakened his past memories, he had indeed experienced many things with them. And these emotions before this had never been born. Therefore, after Guchanga introspected, he suddenly understood. His current body was walking the path of the Tao. The Tao of man was not a saint who could be ruthless. If a comparison had to be made, then the body of the demon lord and the true ancestor was the Tao of heaven, in the true sense of ruthlessness. All these, the 100 states of the world, were all illusory bubbles. And Guchanga, he now felt compassion and other emotions. In his view, this was the transformation process from the Tao of heaven to the Tao of man. The Tao of heaven takes from the surplus and makes up for the deficiency. The vast common people, the boundless myriad of spirits, this is the so-called surplus. And the Tao of man takes from the deficiency and makes up for the surplus. The two complement each other. Guchanga had a lot of understanding in his heart. For now, this was indeed a great opportunity. In his view, it could even increase the chances of success of the many schemes he had set up by 30%. The existence of the true ancestor could be said to be the representative of the Tao of heaven, representing the will of heaven. And now, what he needed to do was to make up for the Tao of man. The birth of the true ancestor was a secret that no one could trace, or know. Because if one truly followed the established path, even if one added in the existence of variables and variables, it was impossible for a new existence like the true ancestor to appear. The true ancestor originally represented the concept of the Tao. Because of their existence, the Tao was born. They stood at the end and beginning of all tangible and intangible matter. Their strength was in the truest sense inconceivable. It was impossible for such an existence to be born in the world. Even if one deduced from the beginning of time to the end of time, one would not be able to find an existence like them. No one could truly describe what kind of existence it was. No one knew what kind of existence it was. Guchanga knew all this, which was why he had set up for so long. But now, this opportunity allowed him to see another possibility. After all, he was originally a true ancestor and naturally knew the strength of that level. And the appearance of the Tao of man. In a sense, there was a glimmer of possibility that in terms of fundamental level, he could surpass the true ancestor's realm. After leaving the divine palace of destiny, Guchanga began to travel the various universes. He also went to see the assassination that Bai Lianer had cultivated. Its predecessor was the dark heavenly court that Guchanga had established. But after the merger of the dark heavenly court and the heavenly court, several major factions were split up and controlled by Bai Lianer. For example, the evil suppression department, the Azura Palace, and the Hall of Life were all under her management. All these years, Bai Lian, and Ji Qingxian were in charge of the divine nation and the heavenly court's selection of geniuses. The two women were enjoying themselves. In their eyes, the pursuit of cultivation wasn't that important. Gu Chang'e just watched all of this from the void, then quietly left without showing himself. Bai Lian had also become an enlightened Tao, a true killing emperor. But in the current great era, the power of an enlightened Tao was too weak and could not be of much use. Ji Qingshuan's cultivation was not strong. She was not good at cultivation in the first place. After all these years, she was only at the quasi-emperor level. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, with her talent, it was very difficult for her to break through the shackles and enter the enlightened Tao, which was the emperor realm. If there was no other fortune, she would be trapped in this realm for life. In fact, if he wanted to, he could see Ji Qingshuan's future with just a glance. However, Gu Chang'e did not do so. Everything was so complicated that she could see the future at a glance. It was really too boring. Now he just wanted to experience the various emotions of mortals, to see the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and to make up for the missing Tao of man. But seeing Ji Qingshuan's words, Gu Chang'e suddenly thought of her sister, Su Qing'e. After the last time, he had not seen Su Qing'e for a long time. Although Su Qing'e wanted to go against him after being bewitched by Chan Hongyi. But Gu Chang'e had said a long time ago that he did not want to kill or punish her. He was not a good person. From the beginning, he had been using Su Qing'e to create an almost perfect image for her, making her trust him with all her heart. Finally, after knowing the truth, Su Qing'e was on the verge of collapse, feeling that the world had collapsed. This was normal. Gu Chang'e was not crazy enough to think that Su Qing'e would still trust him after knowing the truth. There was another soul in Su Qing'e's body. That true soul had stayed in the demon burial abyss and was infected by the demonic qi. All of its actions and thoughts were inclined towards the demonic path. Over time, Su Qing'e would more or less be affected. Moreover, later on, she even rushed to the Demon Mountain to seek protection from Chan Hongyi. She was bewitched by Chan Hongyi's words, so she wanted to go against Gu Chang'e and wanted Gu Chang'e to give her an explanation. Of course, more than that, she wanted to give herself an explanation. She wanted to know what kind of position she had in Gu Chang'e's heart. Was she a worthless chess piece that could be casually thrown away? Or was she not even a chess piece? Was she just a laughable plaything that he played with? From the perspective of a bystander, Su Qing'e was actually a pitiful person. After being brought to the upper realm by Gu Chang'e, because of the 2 souls in one body, she had to become an inheritor of demonic arts. And Gu Chang'e, the original body, openly threw the blame of many disasters on the inheritor of demonic arts. Although these things were not done by Su Qing'e, she had no choice but to escape everywhere, fearing that her true identity would be discovered. In the end, even she firmly believed that she was the inheritor of demonic arts and would bring disaster to the world in the future. She would stand on the opposite side of Gu Chang'e. For her, every day during that period was torture and pain. Gu Chang'e left this area and continued to travel in various universes. He passed through various star regions with life and then landed in the ancient star of life. He walked in the mortal world and truly returned to nature. Like an ordinary creature, he admired the mountains and rivers and went down the river. He did not deduce Su Qing'e's current whereabouts, nor did he want to do so. He just let nature take its course. If there was fate, he would naturally see her. If not, there was no need to force it. In today's great world, she no longer needed to worry about her identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. She could totally choose to live the life she wanted. Gu Chang'e also did not want to disturb her peace. In the end, he traveled through many mountains and rivers. Sometimes he would be with others, and sometimes he would be alone in the mountains and swamps. He stepped on many small mortal countries, experienced wars, witnessed the birth of ancient countries, witnessed the collapse of ancient cities, and witnessed the demise of dynasties. Chapter 943. This was not a very long process. During the decades along the way, Chang'e walked through mountains, swamps, and ancient cities with the identity of a mortal, not revealing the slightest bit of cultivation. Even those who traveled with him treated him as a real mortal. During this period, Chang'e saw with his own eyes the chaos between cultivators, fighting for wealth, companions, techniques, and land, and killing each other. He had also seen ancient dynasties disappear one after another under the Great World, vanishing just like that, drowning in the torrent of history. Chang'e also witnessed the separation of life and death between many mortals. He saw the birth of life and also saw the death of life and the aging of life. His understanding of mortal emotions was obviously much deeper. Later on, he walked through the starry universe and appeared in many ancient realms. He even went to the demon realm and left his footprints there again. However, Demon Empress Xiao was no longer in the demon realm. She only left behind a Dharma body to guard in case the demon realm was in chaos. Her original body went to the starry sky in search of an opportunity to break through. She stepped on the Emperor's road a few years ago and reached the Emperor realm in the depths of another starry sky. However, she did not choose to return to the demon realm. Instead, she continued on her journey in an attempt to break through to a higher realm. For today's world, the cultivation of those who had achieved the Tao could be said to be far from enough. The Demon Empress, Xiao, knew this very well. As the ruler of the demon realm, although she had an ambiguous relationship with Chang'e, it was difficult to convince the masses without absolute strength. Even immortal kings had to carefully hide, unable to withstand the wind and waves. During this time, there were naturally many ancient, great demons in the demon realm. They had a long lifespan and terrifying strength. The demon court, which originally unified the various realms, was also in a state of collapse. The various demon ancestors occupied a region and did not give in to each other. If it were not for the close relationship between the Demon Empress and Chang'e, they would not dare to attack the demon court. Otherwise, they would have already annexed the demon court. From this, it could be seen that the situation in the demon realm was turbulent. The originally peaceful places were once again filled with war, and the common people of the demon realm had no way to make a living. Chang'e stayed in the demon realm for a while. He didn't go to the demon court, nor did he look for Xiao to talk about old times. He still chose to view all of this from the perspective of a traveler. He was impartial and would not say which side he was biased towards. Several years later, he left quietly, and no one knew that he had come. Chang'e then went to other places. He went to the Sky Water Domain, passed through the Boundary Monument Sea, and appeared in 8 Desolate's 167 domains. Celestial Deer City still stood tall and majestic, its walls engraved with ancient runes that flowed with terrifying power. Cultivators from various clans came and went. It was extremely lively, and there was no lack of hawking sounds on the ancient streets. Compared to the other realms, this place had become a pure land. There were no wars or disputes, and order was maintained. At least that was the case for now. The 8 Desolates and 10 regions that were previously divided up by the various orthodoxies of the upper realm had now been abandoned one after another. Each domain had a new master. From a certain point of view, it was as if they had been reborn. Chang'e had obtained the epic tree here. He was also the first to break through Sky Deer City and enter the 8 Desolates, 10 regions. However, he basically never came here again after that. Now that he had reunited with his old acquaintance, he did not feel any emotions. He only felt a little emotional. Time passed by quickly. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did not sense his arrival. Now that he had returned to his original state, even if he had a great background in cultivation, he would not be able to sense it. Therefore, when Chang'e suddenly appeared beside the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, she was shocked. It took her a long time to recover from her shock. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, who is now a true immortal, could be considered an overlord. To be able to appear beside her so silently, his cultivation level was definitely unimaginable. This was her first reaction. Then, She subconsciously wanted to attack Guchanga. Of course, with her cultivation level, she could not hurt Guchanga. Guchanga suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth. He thought of the past with the Empyrean dear mystic fairy and suddenly wanted to scare her. Therefore, when she saw that the person was Guchanga, the Empyrean dear mystic fairy was relieved. Then she glared at him. The two of them did not have deep feelings for each other. In the beginning, the Empyrean dear mystic fairy had planned to sacrifice herself. She had left the city in an attempt to stop Guchanga. At that time, there was a vast army from the upper world stationed at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. There were countless powerhouses. If the Empyrean Deer City was breached, the 8 Desolates 10 regions would definitely not be able to resist. That would be a terrible catastrophe for the Empyrean Deer City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions behind it. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, left alone to protect the Empyrean Deer City that her master had left behind. She planned to eliminate the biggest threat, Guchanga, outside the Boundary Monument Sea. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Guchanga's strength and methods. Not only did she not manage to hurt Guchanga, but she was also captured. She was infected by the demonic aura and almost turned into a demon. She, who was originally as pure as a Buddhist lotus, seemed to be somewhat evil and awe-inspiring. After that, many things happened when the two of them went to the 9 mountains. With Guchanga's help, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy got rid of a senior sister who had betrayed her master and had been hiding for many years. Then, she called herself Guchanga's concubine. All the cultivators in the Empyrean Deer City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions thought that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had betrayed them. In order to survive, she did not hesitate to submit to Guchanga and was even willing to be his concubine. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did not care about the insults and ridicule. She continued to do her own thing and did not care about the opinions of others. Guchanga remembered all these clearly. It was also because of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy that the 8 Desolates 10 regions were safe. The two of them did not have deep feelings for each other. At most, they were dependent on each other and were dependent on each other. Guchanga came to the Empyrean Deer City because he was following the universe's starry sky. It just so happened that it was on the way. Therefore, he wanted to revisit this place and take a look. During this time, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy told him about the changes in the Boundary Monument Sea. A while ago, there were many strange scenes that appeared there. A portion of the originally surging Boundary Monument Sea had already dried up, revealing the cracked seabed. She had sent people to investigate, but they were stopped by an invisible force and could not really get close. Therefore, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did not know what had happened in the depths of the Boundary Monument Sea. Guchanga did not care about this. He had known for a long time that there was an ancient battlefield under the Boundary Monument Sea. The original heaven-conquering army had fallen there. Later on, for some reason, the ancient battlefield fell there. The Boundary Monument Sea and the vast ocean came from the same source, but there was a clear difference in levels. It could be said that the Boundary Monument Sea was actually the water of the vast ocean that had evolved over countless years. That was why many cultivators were curious about the origins of those tumbling ancient realms. Why was it that even true immortals could not cross and became a natural barrier in the 8 Desolates 10 regions? These were not secrets to the current Guchanga, so he told the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy not to worry about it. Even if some old guys from ancient eras came out from the depths of the Boundary Monument Sea, they would not act rashly. After staying in Empyrean Deer City for a few years, Guchanga also left. Along the way, he had seen all kinds of things in the world: life, death, grief, anger, obsession, and hatred. However, to him, these insights were far from enough. It was like witnessing these as a bystander, but he could not really experience them. It was as if he was just a little bit away. It was like mist in the clouds, separated by mountains and seas. He could not personally touch it, let alone approach it. He sighed in his heart. He still felt that he could not truly experience these things like a mortal. After all, what he was doing was just like observing the lives of mortals from another perspective. His actions were actually not much different from the heavenly Tao. Mortals were fundamentally different from him in terms of life. If I just act like a mortal, I can't make up for and perfect the Tao of man. To begin with, this point is like standing at a high place, like observing ants looking down on these. Gu Changa frowned. He felt that he should change his mindset and method. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he could only look at flowers through the mist. He could only vaguely see a little bit. Therefore, he might have to abandon his current identity and cultivation and truly become immortal. Of course, it was not really abandoning it. Instead, he had to completely become immortal during this period of time. It was as if he had forgotten his origins and everything. In this case, it was not a bad idea. He could completely cut off his previous problems. Therefore, in the next few years, Gu Changa personally sealed many of his memories, forgetting his past as a cultivator. He even completely hid his cultivation. This time, he was finally like a mortal, able to experience all kinds of normal emotions. He would get sick, he would feel pain, he would feel hatred for the wicked, he would feel pity for the weak, he would feel sympathy for the tragic experiences, he would feel joy for the sunny weather. Gu Changa felt that he could really live like a mortal. No, he was now immortal in the true sense of the word. He did not use the method of reincarnation to comprehend these things. Instead, it was like starting a new life. Gu Changa could not cross the starry sky like a cultivator, flying in the sky and burrowing through the earth. Even if it was just climbing over a mountain, he would be so tired that he would gasp for breath. He would feel hungry, thirsty, dizzy, powerless, and many other feelings that only mortals would have. His life would grow old with the passing of time. He could no longer stay in his youth forever. He could no longer stand in the high and mighty domain and look down on everything in the heavens. Even when he walked through mountains and swamps, he had to avoid many wild beasts to avoid becoming food for them. After becoming immortal, he would get sick, hungry, tired, and old. Gu Changa felt that his memory had become bad. He began to forget some things and had symptoms of forgetfulness. He seemed to have forgotten his purpose and why he had become like this. Who was he before? What did he want to do? Why did he keep walking? Where was his destination? Thus, Gu Changa stopped. He felt very tired and needed to find a place to stop. He did not want to rest, but simply wanted to rest. He was really tired, but not in the physical sense. This tiredness seemed to have accumulated for countless years. Then, at this moment, it burst out like a tidal wave, completely drowning him. Qingshan Village. This was the place that Gu Changa had left behind. This village was not very big. There were only a few hundred families. However, it was surrounded by mountains and rivers. There were many official roads that connected to the nearest town. Every day, caravans would pass by here, bringing all kinds of beautiful and inexpensive goods. They came from cities in the distance. There were even powerful cultivators who could fly in the sky and burrow through the earth to guard the peace in all directions. I must go to the Scorching Sun sect next year and ask the immortals of the Scorching Sun sect to accept me as a disciple. At that time, I can also become an immortal who can fly in the sky and burrow through the earth. In a slightly dilapidated brick house, a little boy with slightly tanned skin and patched clothes clenched his fists and said with determination in his eyes, "The Scorching Sun sect only accepts children with roots. You silly boy, what are you thinking? Why don't you eat properly? Do you think you can become an immortal just because you want to? So many rich young masters can't squeeze, and even if they break their heads." A middle-aged man with a simple and honest face reached out his chopsticks and knocked the little boy's head, scolding him with a smile. The woman next to him also shook her head and smiled helplessly. This was a simple and warm family of 3. They were also the family that temporarily took in Gu Changa. He walked all the way to Qingshan Village, intending to rest here. This middle-aged man was called Wang Erniu, a very simple name. At that time, he rushed back from the market with his child, Wang Xiaoniu, and happened to see Gu Changa resting on a bluestone. Gu Changa looked travel-worn, and even his clothes were a little shabby. But sitting there, Wang Erniu found it hard to forget. This was a very strange feeling. Even the master in the city recently did not have such a bearing. So Wang Erniu tried to go up and ask. Gu Changa just happened to feel a little thirsty, so he tried to ask for a bowl of water to drink. Wang Erniu was very warm and simple. He took him home, asked his wife to heat up the meal, and even killed an old hen that he had raised for several years. Gu Changa originally wanted to leave after drinking the water, but he could not refuse Wang Erniu's kindness. "Why can't you become an immortal? Isn't the sister at the village in the west an immortal? After so many years, I haven't seen her age. She's always so beautiful. I don't care. Anyway, I'm going to become an immortal and marry Sister Fairy when I grow up." Although Wang Xianyo was scolded by his father, he still said that when he grew up, he would marry Sister Fairy. Undoubtedly, after saying this, he was hit on the head again by the chopsticks. Wang Erniu's face became serious, and he said, "You little brat, don't talk nonsense. That Miss Su is the reincarnation of a living Buddha. For so many years, not only did she treat the villagers for free, but she also taught you to read and write. If you dare to say this again, I'll beat your ass." Chapter 944. When Wang Erniu mentioned that Miss Su, his face was full of undisguised respect. They were not cultured, but they knew how to be grateful. When he was still a child, that Miss Su appeared in Qingshan village. At that time, the village, as well as the surrounding villages and towns, encountered a plague of unknown origin. Many people died in it, and there were floating corpses everywhere. Everyone was in despair. Even the most famous doctor was infected by the plague, and in the end he chose to burn himself with fire. Some of the cultivation sects in the distance were also helpless. In order to prevent the disaster from spreading, they could only think of a way to burn this place. When everyone was in despair, it was Miss Su who passed by who saved everyone. It was a plague that could harm people, but when it fell into her hands, it was completely fine. Even now, Wang Erniu could still remember the scene. Miss Su, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was dressed in white and walked over like a fairy. She held a white jade bottle in her hand, and there was a freshly picked willow branch in it. Wherever she walked, drops of water would sprinkle, and everyone's symptoms would be resolved. The plague that had engulfed more than a dozen nearby villages was resolved by her hands, vanishing like smoke in thin air. In everyone's hearts, that Miss Su was a living bodhisattva who saved people. Subsequently, Miss Su temporarily settled down in the east of Qingshan village, near a lake. She built a small courtyard surrounded by green bamboo. The lake was clear, and she raised some poultry and some medicinal herbs. Sometimes she would sit cross-legged in the middle of the lake and play the zither. When some villagers fell ill, they would also come to ask her for help. Sometimes she would also appear in the private school outside and teach some children in the village to read and read. That Miss Su had stayed like this for several decades, and her appearance had never changed. There were also powerful cultivators who wanted to visit after hearing the news. However, before they could get close, they became respectful on the way. When they did not see her in person, they turned around and left respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. Therefore, all the villagers believed that the mysterious Miss Su of unknown origins was an immortal with unfathomable strength. No one knew where she came from, and no one knew her real name. He only knew that her surname was Su and that she was as beautiful as a fairy. She liked to wear white clothes and play the zither in the middle of the lake. Some villagers guessed that she might have come here to relax, or perhaps she once had a sweetheart and was missing someone. The sound of the zither was sometimes continuous, like a lingering smoke, and sometimes as cold as ice, high and piercing through the clouds. I only said that I wanted to marry Big Sister Fairy. I didn't say that I wanted to marry Big Sister Su. Big Sister, Su wouldn't fancy a little brat like me. Besides, father, you're the one who's talking nonsense. Let me tell you, I have a foundation. Today, when I was herding cows, I met an old Taoist who appeared on his sword. He smiled and patted my head. He said that I had sword bones and was suitable for swordsmanship. He even asked me if I wanted to become an immortal like him, who could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Then he gave me a jade pendant and told me to wait for him. In the face of his father's harsh criticism, Wang Xiaoniu was very dissatisfied and told him what happened during the day. After returning from the market, he was asked by his father to herd cows at the entrance of the village. It was there that he met the mysterious old Taoist. The old Taoist chuckled and patted his head and hands, saying that he was a good seedling who was suitable for swordsmanship and that he could become a powerful sword immortal like him in the future. While speaking, Wang Xiaoniu took out a simple jade pendant with sword patterns. He shook it under the shocked gazes of his father and mother. Wang Erniu originally thought that this child was lying to him and spouting nonsense. However, after seeing this jade pendant, he was completely stunned. Qingshan village only had about 100 families. However, the surrounding villagers were no stranger to immortals or cultivators. In their eyes, flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth was a representation of immortals. The strong ones could even live for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. The Scorching Sun sect was the cultivation sect closest to Qingshan village. The sect master was called Master Scorching Sunday. It was said that he had lived for more than 800 years and could easily control fire and boil the sea. Even many rich young masters in the nearby cities were racking their brains in an attempt to join the school. However, the Scorching Sun sect had a high requirement for accepting disciples. Even if they paid a lot of money, they could only become a servant disciple at most. If they wanted to cultivate superior cultivation techniques, they must have a suitable foundation. Otherwise, they would have to work hard for the rest of their lives. Although Wang Erniu and the others were ordinary people, they knew that immortals were not something they could pursue. Therefore, when he heard his son say these words, he wanted to scold him and tell him not to be delusional and to herd cows obediently. If he was capable in the future, he would pass the exam and become a scholar and bring glory to the family. If not, he would sell the cows and find a wife to carry on the family line. However, Wang Erniu did not expect that his son would be so lucky to encounter the legendary immortal fate. Is this true? He suddenly became excited and almost forgot that there was a guest in the family, Gu Chang'e. He could not even complete his sentence and became trembling. What did immortals mean to ordinary people? Flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth? Glory and wealth? Longevity and longevity? Those were not people they could come into contact with or even imagine. Now he suddenly learned that his son could become such an immortal. The couple's excitement and disbelief could be imagined. Although Wang Xiaoniu was young, he knew what this meant. He raised his face and said proudly, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you, father? I saw with my own eyes that old Taoist master controlled a flying sword and fell from the sky." That's great, that's great. Wang Erniu was extremely excited. His rough hands caressed the jade pendant as if it was a treasure. Suddenly he realized something and hurriedly turned around to look at Gu Chang'e, who had been silent and eating the dishes on the table. "Xiaoniu, keep this jade pendant. Don't let anyone know," he hurriedly instructed. It was not that he was worried about Gu Chang'e, who was suddenly brought home. It was just that he was used to being honest. When he suddenly saw an immortal fate, it was as if he was used to being poor and suddenly received a priceless treasure. Moreover, this jade pendant was definitely not simple. If he lost it and was blamed by the exalted immortal, wouldn't he lose his immortal fate? Moreover, what if this jade pendant was the exalted immortal's test for his son? "I know, father. Don't worry." Although Wang Xiaoniu was young, he was very sensible and smart. He hurriedly kept the jade pendant, knowing that there was an unknown outsider in the house. After this incident, Wang Erniu and his wife were no longer in the mood to continue eating. At first, Wang Erniu thought that Gu Chang'e looked a little extraordinary. However, he looked a little travel-worn and his face looked weary and even haggard. Out of kindness, he brought him home and let him have a meal. He did not know Guchanga's background or name. Only when Guchanga opened her mouth to ask for water did he ask. However, Guchanga did not explain much and only smiled amiably. This made Wang Erniu have a good impression of him. Although this person looked travel-worn, he seemed to have walked a long way. However, it was difficult to hide the nobility and extraordinariness in his actions and words. It was not something that boorish people like them could compare to. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen such a good-looking man. Although he looked travel-worn, it was difficult to hide his handsome facial features. After washing his face, he and his wife were a little dazed. This made Wang Erniu wonder if Guchanga was a fallen noble who had wandered here. "Big brother, where are you going?" "I think you seem to have walked a long way." Seeing that the family of three was talking about the jade pendant immortal fate, Guchanga seemed to be indifferent. He did not hear them and just quietly ate the dishes in his bowl. Wang Erniu finally could not help but ask, "Where am I going?" When Guchanga heard this, he raised his eyes, but there was some confusion in his expression. He did not know where he was going. It was as if he was looking for an invisible path to the end of this path. However, he did not know what this path was, nor did he have any memories of it. It was as if only his instincts were urging him to continue on his journey. However, he was quite tired now and just wanted to find a place to stop. Perhaps after resting enough, he would continue on his journey. Seeing Guchanga's expression, Wang Erniu was also stunned. He did not expect that Guchanga himself did not know the answer to this question. This state did not seem right. Could it be that he had forgotten something? At this moment, Wang Erniu's guess became more and more certain. He felt that Guchanga had become like this because he could not take a huge blow. In fact, he already had a complete story in his heart. Guchanga was originally born in a wealthy family and had a noble status. However, an unforeseen event caused a drastic change in the family. He lost his previous status and identity. Unable to take such a huge blow, he began to wander around. He did not know where he would go in the future. He's also a pitiful person. Wang Erniu shook his head. He had seen many such things. Over the years, he had heard that many dynasties had fallen and there had been wars everywhere. There were many people, like Guchanga. They were once noble young masters with noble statuses and rich lives. They had stretched out their hands and opened their mouths to eat, and they enjoyed endless glory and wealth. However, now he was just a pitiful person wandering around. He could not even be compared to a villager like him. At least now he could eat his fill and wear warm clothes. He did not have to eat his fill or starve. He also had a place to stay and shelter from the rain. He had a hard-working and virtuous wife and a sensible and smart son. Moreover, his son had obtained the legendary immortal fate and would soon become an immortal. Thinking of this, Wang Erniu could not help but reveal a blissful smile. He was very satisfied. Guchanga looked at this scene and seemed to be a little moved. He looked slightly confused. Was he being pitted by a person? Was this what it meant to be satisfied and happy? So simple? But why had he never felt like this before? What had he always been pursuing? He was always trying to fill that empty gap. He was always on the path of pursuit, but he was never satisfied. What was he not satisfied with? What was he missing? Guchanga felt his head hurt a little. He knew that he should have forgotten something. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly recall it. However, he did not do so. "I just want to experience all of this personally." Guchanga regained his calm and did not continue to investigate. Everyone had different pursuits. There was no need to measure yourself by other people's pursuits and satisfaction. He just wanted to quietly experience all of this and understand what it was. "When I become an immortal, I will take father and mother to the best city to live. I will buy the best wine for father and the best jewelry for mother. Look at you. Immortals can fly and burrow into the ground. They are omnipotent. Not to mention living in the city, they can even buy it easily. I'm just saying. First, think about the scene at that time. When the time comes, I will find an elixir for Mother to stay young forever. She will always be beautiful and moving like Sister Sue. Okay, Mother knows that you are filial. Big Sister Sue? Miss Sue is even older than your father. You little brat, if you dare to call her that, I'll beat you up. Under the dim oil lamp, the faces of the family of 3 were filled with happy smiles. They were imagining and looking forward to the future. Gu Changa watched quietly. He seemed to have some kind of enlightenment in his heart. After the meal, Wang Erniu cleaned up a clean guest room for him and changed the bedding. They usually could not bear to live in this room. Wang Erniu felt that Gu Changa was used to living with a noble identity and would definitely not be comfortable. So he specially put a layer of soft hay under the bed. Gu Changa was not used to the simple and honest man's kindness, but he also did not want to owe him anything. After thinking about it, he also took out an exquisite jade pendant. Although he could not remember the value of this jade pendant, he understood that even if it was exchanged for silver, it would be enough for this family of 3 to live a rich life for several lifetimes. But Wang Erniu would not accept it even if he was beaten to death. He knew that this jade pendant was definitely expensive, but he was not willing to accept it no matter what. In his eyes, this little bit of help for Gu Changa was not as valuable as this jade pendant. Moreover, this jade pendant may be very important to Gu Changa. What if it could help him remember something in the future? Although he guessed that the jade pendant's value was amazing, he did not think of monopolizing it at all. Gu Changa was not used to owing people anything, but since he was staying here for the time being. The next day, he still followed Wang Erniu, wanting to do something to compensate him. In the field, Wang Erniu was wiping the weeds with a hoe, sweating like rain. Gu Changa was also learning from him. This novel experience made him feel a rare sense of wonder. It seemed that he had a new understanding of something. Wang Erniu could not persuade him, so he could only give up with a bitter smile and let Gu Changa help. Chapter 945. The news that Qingshan villages Wang Erniu's family had taken in a handsome, destitute noble son quickly spread throughout the surrounding villages. This kind of news could not be hidden from the surrounding villagers, and it quickly spread everywhere. Many familiar villagers came up to greet Wang Erniu when they saw him working in the fields. While chatting, they naturally asked about Gu Changa's background. Wang Erniu naturally made up a story based on his own guesses, saying that Gu Changa was a destitute noble son, and that he pitied him, so he asked where he was going. However, Gu Changa himself did not know, so Wang Erniu took him in for the time being. In the end, Gu Changa did not want to owe him, so he came to the fields and worked with him. After hearing this, the villagers were all amazed. In recent years, many places had been in chaos. Many dynasties had been wiped out, and there were indeed many refugees fleeing for their lives. However, this was the first time they had seen such a destitute, noble son come to the fields to help. This was completely different from the image they had of the noble, pampered, and spoiled aristocrats. Moreover, when Gu Changa helped, he did not just do it half-heartedly. Instead, he was very diligent and serious. This level of steadiness was comparable to many of them. This made them click their tongues in amazement and disbelief. If not for the fact that Gu Changa's actions and speech were not like that of an ordinary person, they would have doubted the authenticity of Wang Erniu's words. Wang Erniu was also very troubled and helpless. He did not expect Gu Changa to be different from ordinary nobles and be able to endure hardship. During this process, he found that Gu Changa seemed to be very casual, as if he was enjoying it and was actively adapting to it. Wang Erniu did not know what to say about this, and could only shake his head and bitterly smile. However, with Gu Changa's help, it was indeed much easier for him to do farm work. Originally, he took Gu Changa in because he was pitiful and moved by compassion. However, he now had a much better impression of him. There were more than 100 families in Qingshan village, and the news about Gu Changa naturally spread to every family under the chatter of many villagers. Even the villagers in the nearby villages heard the news and came over out of curiosity. Some young ladies were even blushing as they quietly sized him up from afar. It was the first time they had seen such a good-looking man. Although he was destitute, it was difficult to hide his handsome features. This made them feel a little inferior, and they only dared to secretly look from afar. Gu Changa was very used to his current life. He followed Wang Erniu every day, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. His pace was leisurely looking at the green mountains, morning dew, and chasing the sunset. Sometimes, when there was more work, he would return. Sometimes, some young ladies would come to him with blushing faces and bring him a bowl of sweet water. This caused Wang Erniu to be extremely envious. He sighed that regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, it was good to be good-looking. Of course, most of the time his wife would personally cook and deliver the food to the fields. Then, when Wang Erniu was eating, she stretched out her sleeve and wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this time, the two of them would look at each other and smile. They had a tacit understanding. Gu Changa had seen this kind of heartwarming scene many times, but every time he saw it, he seemed to be touched and enlightened. Wang Erniu's family gradually became familiar with him. After learning that his surname was Gu, Wang Xianyo would always call him Uncle Gu, which made Gu Changa speechless. Even Wang Erniu's wife would call him Brother Gu, but now that he was slovenly, it was easy for people to call him that. However, he was too lazy to spend time on grooming himself. He would do whatever he wanted. Gu Changa had a vague feeling, but when he fully understood this, he remembered everything that had happened in the past. But for some reason, he felt more comfortable, natural, and unrestrained at this time. It didn't seem unacceptable to live like this every day. However, this thought did not continue. He knew that he was a passerby to Wang Erniu's family. He temporarily stayed here because he was tired from the journey and wanted to rest. When he had enough rest, it was time for him to continue on his journey. He didn't know where he was going to go from here. Qingshan village was not big. Even if you added up the surrounding villages, there were only a few hundred families. Therefore, during this period of time, many villagers became familiar with Gu Changa. Some people would try to find out where he came from, wanting to know who he was. Gu Changa would only answer that he was currently just a wanderer with no background. However, these villagers still did not believe him. His behavior and bearing meant that his background could not be simple. His life in the past was definitely not what they could imagine. But since Gu Changa did not say, they could not get to the bottom of it. However, during these days, Gu Changa and Wang Erniu worked in the field seriously and diligently, which fell into the eyes of many observant people. In addition, during this time, many young women would come over, and from time to time, they would send bean paste cakes, desserts, and even scarves and handkerchiefs that they made themselves. The way they expressed their feelings was actually very simple, and they had not really come into contact with Gu Changa. Sometimes, when she was delivering water to him, she would blush and talk to him shyly, asking him his name and where he came from. But just these few words were enough for their imagination to run wild. The magnanimity, calmness, and nobility revealed in his speech and behavior made her blush and her heart beat faster. This was definitely not something that could be seen in the men in the nearby villages. Under the coaxing and pestering of some young women, their parents also came to inquire about Gu Changa, asking if he had plans to stay in Qingshan village and wanted to betroth their daughters to him. They also hinted that Gu Changa did not need to give any betrothal gifts, and that the bride's family would prepare the necessary preparations. However, Gu Changa had always politely refused to do so. This made the young men in the nearby villages envious. In order to ask for a marriage, not only did they have to ask a matchmaker to break through the other woman's threshold, but they also had to prepare a lot of betrothal gifts and be prepared to be rejected. But how long had Gu Changa been in Qingshan village, and so many young women had taken a fancy to him? Was this the advantage of being good-looking? Moreover, He directly refused and had no plans in this regard. When compared, it was really frustrating. When I grow up, I want to be like Uncle Gu and let so many girls chase after me. Although Wang Xiaoniu was young, he knew a lot and was very envious of this. You're just a kid, what do you know? Wang Erniu and his wife looked at each other and smiled. In fact, they had been approached by many villagers, and their purpose was actually the same, which was to probe Gu Changa's intentions. In a small village like Qingshan Village, it was indeed rare to see a down-and-out noble young master like Gu Changa. He had a good personality and was hard-working, unlike those rumored nobles who were spoiled since childhood. It was inevitable that many young women would have a good impression of him. Of course, there were definitely some who had other motives. They felt that Gu Changa's current situation was only temporary. What if he regained his identity in the future? But not all villagers were as kind and simple as Wang Erniu's family. Why hasn't that old Taoist come to me yet? I've been waiting for him for so long. Has he forgotten about me? Or is he just playing with me? Wang Xiaoniu was only a child after all. His attention was quickly placed on another matter, and his face could not hide his thoughts. As he spoke, he took out the sword-patterned jade pendant again. He had lost count of how many times he had said this over the past few days. In the beginning, he looked forward to the old Taoist coming to pick him up every day, but now he was numb. Even Wang Xiaoniu felt that the old Taoist priest might be lying to him and teasing him. Little brat, don't talk nonsense. What if this is the immortal's test for you? Why would an immortal fool a child like you for no reason? Hearing this, Wang Erniu hurriedly scolded him. He naturally did not think that the old Taoist would lie to Wang Xiaoniu. Perhaps he was delayed by something. Or perhaps he was testing Wang Xiaoniu to see if he was sincere. Wasn't there such a thing in the legends about immortals? Sincerity could move metal and stone. But even so, Wang Erniu still felt a little regretful. If Wang Xiaoniu could really be valued by the immortal, then he would be proud and could boast to the surrounding villagers. During this period, he had been holding back and did not speak of this matter. He had also warned Wang Xiaoniu not to speak carelessly. Gu Changa quietly looked at the family of three, but a strange feeling arose in his heart because of the words seeking immortality. The next morning, Gu Changa still followed Wang Erniu to work in the fields. The morning glow was like fog, slowly appearing on the other side of the mountain. Wisps of the morning glow flowed over, diffusing between the mountain and the treetops. There was no noise of carriages and horses, a peaceful scene. And Wang Xiaoniu also went to the private school at the east side of the village as usual. But today he was a little excited because he would be able to see that beautiful big Sister Su again. In the eyes of all the children in Qingshan Village, there was no woman more beautiful than Sister Su. Every month on this day, Sister Su would appear in the private school and teach them to read and write. Even some adults would rush over and peek at Miss Su from outside the academy. Everyone has a love for beauty. No one dared to disturb Miss Su in the bamboo house where she usually lived, unless she really encountered some trouble, problem, or incurable disease and needed her help. However, no one had forgotten that Miss Su was also a powerful cultivator. In the academy, the sound of reading came out like the wind blowing through the forest, full of vitality. All the children sat honestly and seriously, holding the books and reading aloud. A white-clothed woman, wearing a veil that covered her face, only revealing a pair of limpid eyes, slowly walked over. She held the book with one hand and the other hand behind her back, seeming to have a slight smile on her face. From time to time, she would use the book to knock on the heads of some of the less serious children. The woman in white was tall and slender like a fairy. Her beautiful hair was tied up, revealing part of her slender white neck. But part of her black hair poured down, giving her a cold and dignified temperament like an untainted fairy. She was the living bodhisattva that all the villagers of Qingshan Village called. That Miss Su, who had saved everyone and resolved the plague that had swept through many villages and towns. In fact, no one had seen her real face. All along, she was either wearing a bamboo hat or a veil, not revealing her real face. But this didn't reduce people's various guesses about her real face. Beneath the veil was definitely a devastatingly beautiful face that was as beautiful as a fairy. Soon, the morning reading was over. The woman in white also let the children take a break, and she would teach them how to read later. For her, it was also a pleasure to teach these children 5 words. Building a cottage in the human realm without the noise of carriages and horses. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. Leisurely looking at the southern mountain. This was the true portrayal of her current life. Away from the cultivation world, away from her former acquaintances, away from the intrigue and life and death battles. She was truly unrestrained and free. But sometimes it was inevitable that she would feel lonely and frustrated. However, this was her own choice. There was a true meaning behind the return of the birds. "Xiaoniao, remember to put in a good word for my elder sister this morning," she told me again. "If you don't help me, then I won't talk to you in the future." Next to Wang Xiaoniao, a little girl with a twist braid was blinking her big eyes, talking to him and asking for his help. After hearing this, several children on the side surrounded them as if they wanted to join in the fun. "I know. Leave it to me, Arya. I will definitely persuade Uncle Gu to agree." Looking at the little girl in front of him, Wang Xiaoniao showed a happy and proud expression, patting his chest and promising. "Hee, Xiaoniao, you are so nice." Hearing Wang Xiaoniao's reply, the little girl immediately showed a satisfied smile. Then her eyes rolled, and she said with a smile, "My elder sister is the famous bean-curd beauty in the village. The men who want her can line up from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. Except for Sister Sue, no one is more beautiful than my elder sister. I advise your uncle Gu not to be ungrateful and quickly agree to my elder sister's marriage." Chapter 946. Let me tell you, the people who want to marry my sister line up from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. Previously, the young master of a big family in the city personally came to propose marriage, but my sister didn't agree. The little girl's name was Chun Arya. Although she looked obedient, she was actually very mischievous. When she spoke with her hands on her hips, she spoke in an old-fashioned tone. However, Wang Xiaoniao had long been used to her words. The two of them were very familiar with each other. They grew up together. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were childhood sweethearts. He happily touched the back of his head and said, "I also know that Sister Chinya is beautiful, kind, and the tofu she makes is delicious. The people who chase her have lined up in a long line. But my Uncle Gu doesn't have such thoughts. You're stupid. Don't you know to say more good things about my sister in your Uncle Gu's ear?" Chinaria's black eyes turned, and she was thinking of a trick. She didn't know what was going on with her sister. She just took a few glances at Uncle Gu of unknown origin in Wang Xiaoniao's family and was fascinated. She even pulled her parents at home, wanting to matchmake for herself. Chinaria was young and didn't understand these things. However, she had seen Uncle Gu's appearance with her own eyes. He was indeed very good-looking, dignified, gentle, and most importantly, reliable and diligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have urged Wang Xiaoniao to put in a good word for her sister. When the two children talked about these things, they didn't avoid anything at all. When the surrounding children heard this, they all started to talk about it all at once. "Xiaoniao, I heard that your mysterious Uncle Gu used to be a prince of a kingdom. However, the kingdom he was in was destroyed, so he ended up here? Is it true or not? Was he really a prince?" Many children began to ask curiously. During this period of time, a lot of news about Gu Changa had spread in the nearby villages, becoming the topic of conversation for adults before and after tea. Naturally, they also heard about this matter from the adults. However, there were all kinds of rumors, and naturally it evolved into all kinds of versions. A down-and-out prince of a kingdom, a noble young master, a wandering young master of a big family. Many of these speculations came from the mouths of those young ladies. When Wang Xiaoyo heard all this, his head started to swell. He didn't know that Gu Chang'e had such a background. He had never heard of it before. As a result, all kinds of rumors appeared, and they were all very ridiculous. The woman in white quietly watched this scene, listening to the laughter of these children, but her expression was slightly absent-minded. She recalled many things. Many scenes involuntarily appeared in her mind, spreading like wild grass. The surname was Gu. This surname was not common. She had been in the upper realm for many years, but she only knew that the surname of that clan was Gu. Other than that, he had never seen or heard of another tribe with the surname Gu. In this remote and peaceful little mountain village, hearing this familiar family name again by chance made her feel absent-minded, and she fell into many memories. Is it a coincidence? Or is it just a random person with the surname Gu who ended up here? The white-clothed woman shook her head, feeling frustrated. She had actually heard the news a few days ago. She knew that the Wang family at the entrance of the village had taken in a fallen aristocrat who had ended up here. That fallen aristocrat was not only dignified, but also humble and courteous. He did not mind the work in the fields and was diligent and serious. He worked with Wang Erniu from the Wang family, working at sunrise and resting at sunrise. Many villagers were discussing and guessing his identity. They only knew that his surname was Gu, and they knew nothing else. The white-clothed woman was a little surprised at first, and even had some indescribable surprise, because she had not heard this surname for a long time. So much so that at that moment it felt like years had passed, as if it was a lifetime ago. She had some unbelievable guesses. However, later on, the white-clothed woman shook her head and rejected all of these guesses. It was unrealistic, like a fantasy story. He was a god high above, overlooking all living things. How could he end up in the mortal world? A fallen aristocrat? What was she thinking? It was purely a coincidence, a person with the same surname Gu. Over the years, the white-clothed woman had also gotten used to life in Qingshan village. She accompanied the breeze and the moon, welcomed the morning glow, and watched the sunset. Outside the elegant bamboo house, there were grass and some poultry and spirit beasts. Not far away, there was a green lake with rippling blue waves, and the scenery was pleasant. The green hills were always accompanied by the green water. How elegant and peaceful it was, compared to the killing and fighting in the cultivation world, where there was mutual deception and intrigue. This kind of life seemed to be more suitable for her. When she came to the upper realm, she also thought about becoming a powerful cultivator, standing at the top of the power and looking down on everyone. However, later on, such thoughts became fainter and fainter. To her, being able to live seemed to be an extravagant hope. She once thought that if she worked hard to cultivate, she would not hesitate even if she became the inheritor of the demonic technique. That way, she might be able to be valued by him and truly enter his eyes. All along, she hadn't desired much. She just wanted to have a small corner in his heart, and that was enough. Therefore, after 743 found out about her identity as the inheritor of the demonic technique, she thought about a lot of things and also thought about ending it so as not to cause trouble for him. After all, he was a young existence who stood at the top of the upper realm with a bright halo and a boundless future. He was the leader of his generation, the invincible legend of the younger generation, and the focus of the world. However, she, the inheritor of the demonic technique, was his maid. In the future, she would bring disaster to the heavens and was destined to stand on the opposite side of him. Once this identity was exposed, it would definitely become a stain in his life that would be difficult to erase. For this reason, she hid everywhere, hid her identity, and carefully lived on. This identity of the inheritor of the demonic technique that the world feared to her was a shackle, a curse that could easily kill her. She still remembered that her identity was almost exposed when she was in the Immortal Academy. At that time, she asked him what if she was really the inheritor of the demonic technique. He smiled and answered that he would kill her with his own hands and then accompany her in the afterlife. Because of this sentence, at that moment, she felt that she could do anything for him. No matter what the outcome of this life was, it was already worth it. Many memories came to her mind, but the white-clothed woman's expression became more and more absent-minded. If this was a dream that he made for her, if she never woke up, how good would that be? Chapter 947. I don't care. Anyway, when the time comes, you must put in a good word for my sister in front of your Uncle Goo. Otherwise, I won't spare you. Cut it. You are so barbaric. No one will marry you when you grow up. Humph! It's none of your business. The bickering of the two children, Chin-Aria and Wang Xiaonyo, interrupted the woman in white's thoughts and made her come back to her senses. She regained her composure and looked at the children in front of her. Almost all the children were giving suggestions to Chin-Aria's elder sister. Although they were not old, they knew quite a lot about the matters of men and women getting married. Each of them acted like an old man and seemed to know it very well. This made the woman in white smile and shake her head with a smile. However, this scene also caused her to withdraw her many thoughts. No matter what, the past was gone, and the past could not be recalled. Even if she was immersed in these past memories every day, it was impossible to change anything. Instead of such endless fantasies and expectations, it was better to face all this and regain her sobriety. That beautiful dreamland had long been shattered, and even the edges were badly mangled. What else did she not dare to face? Wang Erniu's house was located at the entrance of the village, which was not far from the private school. It was only a few miles away. After the woman in white finished teaching all the children, she left the small academy. She hid in the void and followed behind Wang Xiaonyo, Chin-Aria, and the other children, intending to take a look at the man surnamed Gu. These children were innocent. On the way home, they did not forget to tease Chin-Aria about what happened in the morning. Aria, when you grow up, will you also find a good-looking man and marry him like your sister? Several girls of the same age said with a smile, Of course. Chin-Aria's big eyes rolled, and she said with a confident smile, When I grow up, I will definitely be more good-looking than my sister and find a husband who is more good-looking than Uncle Xiaonyo. You are so barbaric. He won't like you. Wang Xiaonyo curled his lips. However, as soon as he said this, he was punched by Chin-Aria. The two began to play again while running to the entrance of the village. The rest of his companions chased after him. They were carefree and happy. When the woman in white saw this, she felt a little envious. This was a pure and unadulterated emotion. Perhaps the two children couldn't feel it now, but when they were a little older, they would understand. Today's playfulness was such a rare moment of pure affection. They were childhood sweethearts. At this moment, the scene in front of Wang Xiaonyo's house was quite lively. Many villagers gathered around, as if they were watching a show. Many busybodies were still cracking jokes and making fun of the newcomers. A woman with fair skin and a beautiful face, wearing a light green dress, stood behind her parents with a slightly shy expression on her face. Her jade-like hands were tightly gripping the hem of her dress. She had a thin layer of powder on her face and a little makeup on her face. In this nurturing landscape, there was a kind of bright and moving beauty. She was the sister that Chin-Aria mentioned, Chinya. The famous beauty of Qingshan village owned a tofu shop at the entrance of the village. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also kind-hearted. The tofu she made was also delicious. Many busybodies also called her the tofu beauty, which showed her beauty. Many young men nearby wanted to marry her. Even the big families in the city had come to propose marriage, but she rejected them all. In front of Chen, you were her parents, and a matchmaker with a very kind smile. They were holding Wang Xiaonyo's mother's hand and chatting about family matters. From time to time, the surrounding villagers would chime in with a laugh and help out a little. They could also see that Chanya's parents had brought Chenya personally, and they even brought a matchmaker. There was no need to say what their intentions were. However, the man surnamed Gu that they wanted to meet had followed Wang Erniu to the market today. He had been selling some fruits and melons that he had grown, and he hadn't returned yet. Many young men who heard the news were extremely envious. To them, Chenya was like a goddess. Usually, no matter who proposed marriage, she would politely reject them. But who would have thought that a girl like her would be so bold? She would not hesitate to persuade her parents and personally bring a matchmaker. It's a pity that I don't have her appearance. It's normal that Lilia doesn't like me. Since ancient times, it's only right for a beauty to be matched with a handsome man. However, they also knew what they looked like. They knew that they were ugly, so it was natural that Chenya would not like them. The Qin family was considered wealthy in Qingshan village. Therefore, Chenya and her parents did not think about asking for any betrothal gifts. They came in person to persuade Wang Xiaonu's mother to help say something. In their opinion, Gu Chang'e was taken in by the Wang family, and the people he usually interacted with the most were the 3 members of the Wang family. He had led a wandering life and had no relatives. Perhaps he had already regarded the 3 members of the Wang family as his family in his heart? Chenya's parents had a scholarly aura. They came from a scholarly family, so they were polite and appropriate in their speech. This made Wang Xiaonu's mother feel helpless, but she could not directly refuse. How could they make the decision for Gu Chang'e? Sister, Dad, Mom. At this time, Chinaria and Wang Xiaonu, who were jumping around, came over when they saw the scene. Chenya looked at her sister and smiled. She reached out and pinched her sister's nose. Sister, you don't know how to be reserved. People who don't know will think that you can't get married. But I asked Xiaonu to put in a good word for you. How are you going to thank me? As soon as she arrived, Chinaria began to ask for credit with a smile on her little face. Chenya reached out and poked her eyebrows. She pretended to be angry and said, "Don't talk so much. No one will think that you are mute." Mom, Wang Xiaonu also went to greet her. "Xiaonu, it's good that you are back. The old Taoist you mentioned before is now waiting for you at home." Seeing that he came back, Wang Xiaonu's mother could not help but smile. She hurriedly pulled him and said, "Just this morning, an old Taoist dressed in rags suddenly appeared in their house with a middle-aged man who looked extraordinary. He asked if this was Wang Xiaonu's house. Wang Xiaonu's mother was just an ordinary peasant woman. She had never seen such a scene. She was very shocked. But when she thought of the immortal opportunity that Wang Xiaonu mentioned before, she calmed down and answered honestly. Although the old Taoist looked kind, the middle-aged man beside him made Wang Xiaonu's mother feel uneasy and afraid. She originally wanted to go to the private school to find Wang Xiaonu and ask him to go home. But the old Taoist hinted that there was no need to do that. He just needed to wait here. And this wait lasted the whole morning. What? Hearing this, Wang Xiaonu's eyes widened. When he came to his senses, the surprised expression on his face could not be concealed at all. He almost felt that the old Taoist was lying to him or had forgotten about him. But he did not expect that the old Taoist would really come and appear in his house. At this moment, everything was thrown to the back of his mind. How could it be more important than his own cultivation? That's great. Wang Xiaonu's face was full of joy and pride. He was very excited and could not help but show off to Chinaria. "Aria, from today on, your brother Erniu will become an immortal. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, just tell me. I'll protect you." Wang Xiaonu's mother did not mention this at all before, nor did she mention it to Chenya's parents and the others. She just casually chatted with them at the door. At this moment, all the villagers were shocked when they heard this. They wondered if they had heard wrongly. Wang Xiaonu was going to become an immortal. Chenya's family was also shocked by these words. They almost forgot the purpose of their trip. "Xiaonu, you're not lying to me, right?" Chinaria was also shocked. Her small mouth was wide open in disbelief. Since they were young, they knew that immortals existed in this world. Immortals could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They were omnipotent. They had also once revered and yearned to become such immortals one day. However, cultivation required opportunities and talent. They did not have the talent and opportunity, so naturally they had no chance to cultivate. But now, Wang Xiaoyo suddenly told her that he could become an immortal? How could this not make Chen shocked and envious? That day when I was herding cows, I met a kind old Taoist. He came here on his sword, Wang Xiaoyo said proudly. Many of the villagers around him were even more shocked because of his words. His luck was simply unparalleled. At this moment, in Wang Xiaoyo's house, an old Taoist with a genial face, wearing a somewhat tattered feather robe, was sitting on a stool, looking calm and composed. "It seems that this kid is back." He listened to the movements outside and revealed a faint smile. He took off the gourd hanging on his waist, raised his head, and drank wine. Beside the old Taoist stood a middle-aged man. However, this middle-aged man's clothes and expression were extremely inconsistent with the sloppy old Taoist. He was wearing a golden robe made of the yin-yang divine fire silk. He wore a golden crown on his head. The robe was wide, and there were patterns of order hanging down in some places. When his eyes opened and closed, there were wisps of golden light flashing past. His aura was majestic, and he was not angry but dignified. Clearly, this middle-aged man was a cultivator with a powerful cultivation base. Even if his aura was restrained, he still looked extremely terrifying. "Ancestor, are you sure that the guy outside is really a good seedling? But in my opinion, he is really useless. He is even worse than those disciples in the sect." The middle-aged man was very respectful to this old Taoist in front of him. At this moment, he also showed some confusion and could not help but ask. In such a remote, small mountain village, there was a seedling that even the ancestor praised? He felt a little unbelievable. Just now, he had actually used all kinds of methods to size up the guy named Wang Xiaoyo. However, not to mention the root bone, he probably could not even sense the aura. As for Sword Bone's talent in the way of the sword, he had to be able to cultivate first. In his opinion, this child named Wang Xiaoyo was just lucky to have a sword bone. Other than that, he was not good at anything. However, in today's great world, even if he had a sword bone, it would still be useless even if he cultivated for thousands of years. Not to mention that a talent like the sword bone was not particularly powerful. Don't you trust this old man's judgment? This little guy will not be simple in the future. Don't look down on him because of his current appearance. Don't look down on a young man because he is poor. Hearing this, the sloppy old Taoist only shook his head and smiled. He did not explain much. A strong smell of alcohol pervaded his body. He did not care about his appearance and was unkempt. If he appeared in other places, he would probably be thought of as an old beggar. Hearing this, the middle-aged man did not say anything, but he was still confused. He knew the identity of this old Taoist, so he did not doubt his words at all. "Let's go out and see this little guy." The old Taoist got up, patted the dust on his butt, and walked out with a smile. The middle-aged man followed closely behind. All the villagers outside were shocked by Wang Xiaoyo's words, and they were speechless for a long time. Some of them had even forgotten that they were here to watch the Chen family show. With the appearance of the old Taoist and the middle-aged man, some villagers who were still confused no longer doubted. Their expressions became respectful and fearful. No matter what, immortals were not people in the same world as them. The strong lived as long as the heavens and could destroy the world. Even the most powerful dynasty could be destroyed with a finger. Just by standing there, the middle-aged man gave them an indescribable and terrifying pressure. Their souls seemed to be trembling, and they wanted to kneel down before him. However, when he faced this sloppy old Taoist, he was incomparably respectful. This made all the villagers envious of Wang Xiaoyo. Obviously, this old Taoist background was even more shocking and terrifying. "Greetings, upper immortal." Some villagers were afraid and could not help but kneel down and begin to salute. Chunya, Chunaria, and the others were also afraid and did not dare to speak again. Before this, they did not know that there would be an immortal in the Wang family. "Little guy, do you still remember me?" The old Taoist did not care about this. He looked at Wang Xiaonya with a smile and a kind expression. Wang Xiaonya was not too afraid of him. Hearing that, he quickly nodded and said hurriedly, "Yes, I remember. This is the jade pendant you gave me. I have been keeping it well." As he spoke, he took out the exquisite jade pendant with sword patterns and handed it to the old Taoist in front of him. Seeing this jade pendant with sword patterns, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He did not expect that his ancestor would even give away this jade pendant. However, he soon noticed that his ancestor glanced at the void not far away and then withdrew his gaze. The middle-aged man was puzzled. He also looked in that direction, and then he quickly noticed that something was wrong. He immediately frowned and snorted. "Who is spying here, hiding and not daring to show up?" Chapter 948. Hiding your head, but showing only your tail. I want to see who you are. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with golden light as he stared at the void not far away. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A terrifying aura spread out and shook the space, about to shake the figure thereout. If the ancestor had not sensed it and looked in that direction, he would not have been able to escape. He probably would not have noticed that there were other cultivators spying on them in the dark. This made the middle-aged man a little angry and embarrassed. He was someone who was about to attain the Tao. In this remote mountain village, he almost missed the other cultivators spying on them in the dark. Moreover, this was in front of the ancestor, which made him feel ashamed. All the villagers were frightened by the middle-aged man's actions. Their faces were pale, and the villagers who were kneeling on the ground were trembling. They did not know what the middle-aged man meant, but they could feel the fear. "Why are you acting like this in front of mortals?" The old Taoist priest was a little dissatisfied with the middle-aged man's actions. He frowned and scolded him softly. Wang Xiaonya was also shocked, and his face turned pale, because the first cultivator he came into contact with was the old Taoist priest in front of him. He subconsciously thought that all immortals were as amiable as the old Taoist priest. He did not expect this middle-aged man to be so terrifying. "Yes, ancestor." The middle-aged man's expression changed after being scolded by the old Taoist priest, and he hurriedly withdrew his pressure. However, his gaze was still cold as he stared at the void. "As a cultivator, is this how you show off in front of mortals?" At this moment, a faint figure appeared in the void not far away. A woman in white with a veil on her face appeared there. She spoke with a calm expression and a calm tone. She did not care about the middle-aged man's strength at all. She was the living Buddha in the eyes of all the villagers of Qingshan village, the girl surnamed Su. "Miss Su! Sister Su!" Seeing the woman in white appear, the villagers could not help but be surprised, and some of them could not help but exclaim. Chunaria shouted excitedly. In their eyes, Miss Su was also a powerful cultivator. She was gentle and kind, and no matter who she was very kind and treated everyone equally. All these years, Miss Su had helped them a lot. As for the middle-aged man in front of him, he was also a powerful cultivator, but he made others feel fearful and uneasy. The two of them could not be compared at all. "Sister Su." Wang Xiaonya couldn't help but shout. He was a little excited because he didn't expect that the woman in white would appear here. In the past, she would leave the private school after class and return to her own residence. It was very difficult for others to see her. But today, she actually appeared here, which was too surprising. I didn't expect such a beauty to be hidden in this small mountain village. What a surprise! When the middle-aged man saw the woman in white appear, he was stunned at first. Then a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. What surprised him the most was the cultivation of this woman in white. From the looks of it, his bone age was not considered old, but he was already at the level of a quasi-emperor. Although the current era was suitable for cultivators to cultivate, it was rare throughout the ages. However, quasi-emperors were not cabbages that could be found on the streets. They were strong enough to occupy a territory and establish an ancient sect. But now it gave him the feeling that he could grab a handful of them anywhere. The old Taoist priest didn't seem to be surprised by the existence of the woman in white. He just glanced at her and then looked away. If it was in other eras, a quasi-emperor might be able to stir up trouble and have extraordinary significance. But in today's chaotic era, not to mention quasi-emperors, even those who had attained the Tao or perfected immortals were just cannon fodder. This woman in white was not worth his attention at all. I also didn't expect that a quasi-emperor would appear in this remote mountain village. It is indeed surprising. Hearing this, the woman in white just responded calmly. She put more attention on this old Taoist priest that she couldn't see through. As for this middle-aged man, although he was in the same realm as her, she didn't take him seriously. Because she basically couldn't find an opponent in the same realm, she was very confident in her own strength. It was really surprising that these two people appeared in Qingshan village, especially when they mentioned that they wanted to see Wang Xiaoniu. This confused the woman in white. She had been in Qingshan village for decades, and no one knew the situation of these villagers better than she did. Wang Xiaoniu was not suitable for cultivation and didn't have the corresponding wisdom, unless they were willing to pay a huge price to rebuild his foundation. But instead of paying a huge price, it was better to find a new seedling. Therefore, this made the woman in white wonder if these two people had other motives. What's so surprising about a Qilin hiding in the mountains? Don't you also live in seclusion in this small mountain village? Seeing that the woman in white's cultivation was similar to his, the middle-aged man put away his initial contempt and contempt. He habitually put his hands behind his back, showing a faint majesty, and asked, "I'm from the Kongtong Hidden Immortal Sect. How should I address you?" Kongtong Hidden Immortal Sect. The woman in white raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't have any impression of this sect in her mind. She had never heard of such a sect in the upper realm before. Since it was related to immortals, it was very likely that their ancestors had given birth to perfected immortals. Seeing that the woman in white didn't answer his question, the middle-aged man frowned and was somewhat displeased. However, the old Taoist seemed to have expected him to be angry. He waved his hand and said calmly, "We're not here to show off." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "I'll remember the ancestors' teachings." The woman in white's pupils constricted inadvertently. The middle-aged man called the old Taoist ancestor, and he was related to immortals. Could it be that he was a perfected immortal? In this great world, perfected immortals were not rare. Even in Qingshan village, she had heard many rumors about perfected immortals. During this period of time, there had been changes in many places. Many ancient ancestors of Taoist orthodoxies had appeared, and their strength was unfathomable. Among them, there were even existences beyond perfected immortals. An old Taoist, who was suspected to be beyond perfected immortals, suddenly appeared in Qingshan village and asked for Wang Xiaoniu. No matter how she looked at it, this seemed abnormal. "I don't mean any harm. I just want to take this child to cultivate. You don't have to worry. If I really want to harm this child, you won't be able to stop me." The old Taoist seemed to be able to see through the woman in white's guess. He reached out and stroked his beard, smiling slightly. His attitude was much kinder than the middle-aged man's. The surrounding villagers could also see it. The origin of this old Taoist was probably not simple. Even Miss Su seemed to be very afraid of him. However, the old Taoist's expression was very gentle, and there was no malice. Many people were relieved, and they were very envious of Wang Xiaoniu. "Since Senior said so, I'm relieved." The woman in white nodded. The old Taoist was right. If he had any ill intentions, she couldn't resist with her strength. Because of Miss Sue's appearance, the nearby villagers of Qingshan village were relieved. Chunya's family originally planned to persuade Wang Xiaonu's family to help them and form a marriage. But they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Whether it was Chunya or Chunaria, Wang Xiaonu was very envious. If there was an immortal fate, who didn't want to become an immortal and live a long life? Unfortunately, they didn't have that luck. Wang Xiaonu was young after all. His initial fear of the middle-aged man disappeared with the old Taoist's gentle attitude. He began to ask many questions curiously. The old Taoist explained patiently, and the nearby villagers learned a lot of things because of this. As for the sword bone mentioned by the old Taoist, they didn't understand. They only knew that there was a very ancient and powerful orthodoxy behind the old Taoist and the middle-aged man. The old Taoist seniority was even older. He was the ancestor of this ancient orthodoxy, and he was called the Wine Sword Immortal. The middle-aged man was just a junior of the old Taoist, and he was also an elder with real power in the sect. Kongtong hidden immortal sect. The woman in white didn't leave. She had a lot of guesses about this ancient orthodoxy. It was probably an orthodoxy that had just appeared in the world. Before, it had been in seclusion and didn't know about the world. The old Taoist patiently answered Wang Xiaonu's questions. He planned to take him away from here and return to the sect to cultivate after his mortal fate was settled. He believed that, with his ability, he would be able to cultivate Wang Xiaonu into a peerless sword immortal in less than 100 years. Wang Xiaonu was not simple. With the old Taoist's ability, he forcibly deduced his past and future. In the end, he only got a blurry scene, which was covered by the chaotic fog and couldn't be seen clearly. One had to know that at his level, even those powerful cultivators could easily see through their past and future, let alone ordinary people. To put it in another way, apart from people at his level, everyone else was like a complete book in his eyes, recording that person's past and future. He could flip through it as he wanted, and he could even start to modify it. However, he encountered a fog when it came to Wang Xiaonu, and it was difficult for him to see through his past and future. This made the old Taoist extremely surprised. He knew that he had found a treasure, and it was very likely that Wang Xiaonu was the legendary variable. At the very least, he was the reincarnation of a powerful ancient cultivator, and his cultivation at his peak would not be weaker than him. The current great era caused the heavenly secrets to be in chaos and the great Tao to be blurry. Some variables and anomalies could be born in response to disasters. In the past epochs, it was almost impossible for an existence with outlier talent to appear. The right time, the right place, and the right people were indispensable, and it still took a long time to accumulate. It evolved from the collision of billions of instantaneous changes. For example, a person with extraordinary talent could no longer be predicted in the future, and he could easily break through common sense and transcend the shackles of heaven and earth. Therefore, in the old Taoist opinion, Wang Xiaonu in front of him was a future Tao state seedling. The old Taoist sighed in his heart and felt that Wang Xiaonu might be the child of destiny that was born in the chaos of the present era. In the future, he might take on the heavy responsibility of fighting against the outer heavens and saving all living beings. At this moment, on the village road in the distance, Wang Xiaonu's father, Wang Erniu, was pushing a carriage back. The villagers he met on the road all greeted him and looked at him with envy. Behind Wang Erniu, Gu Changa was wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a backpack which contained some fruits that had not been sold out. This time he went to the market a little late and missed the most crowded time, so he couldn't sell them all. Wang Erniu didn't care. With someone helping him, he was much more relaxed than before. The most important thing was that many young girls deliberately came to talk to Gu Changa under the guise of selling melons, and bought some while they were at it. But Wang Erniu still felt sorry. He was very simple, but he just felt that he had caused a lot of trouble for Gu Changa. He had no choice but to buy a bamboo hat for Gu Changa and put it on to cover his face for the time being. But since it had already come to this, there was nothing he could do. Because even if his face was covered, It was difficult to hide his tall and slender figure and extraordinary gentleness and nobility. Many girls had heard the news early, and knew that there was a down-and-out noble in Qingshan village who was extremely handsome, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Such news spread like wildfire, and it caused a lot of waves in the vicinity. Dad, Wang Xiaonya was talking to the old Taoist at the entrance of the village. He saw Wang Erniu coming back with a carriage from afar, and immediately shouted excitedly, wanting to tell his father the good news. Your filial piety is commendable. Not bad, not bad. Seeing this, the old Taoist smiled and stroked his beard. In the conversation just now, he had a deeper understanding of Wang Xiaonya. This was a simple and honest little fellow with a pure and innocent heart. He was unpolished and was a good material for teaching. Although Chinya's family was a little fascinated by the old Taoist story just now. But when they saw Wang Erniu coming back, their eyes lit up. They were not fated to be immortals, but marriage was something they could fight for. Young Master Gu! Chenya tightened her grip on her dress, looking very nervous. She looked at the other figure following behind Wang Erniu. But at this moment, the woman in white with the surname Su looked over with her. What? But the reaction of the woman in white was far more intense than her reaction. Chapter 949. Is this the guy with the surname Gu that you've been talking about? Why are you still wearing that bamboo hat? Why are you acting so mysterious and not showing your true appearance? Chinya clenched her fists. Her heart was filled with anticipation and shyness. Hearing her parents' question, she couldn't help but guess. Maybe he doesn't want to cause a commotion and bring unnecessary trouble? Young Master Gu has been quite famous recently. How is that possible? The white-robed woman with the surname Su clenched her hands that were originally behind her back. Her bony fingers turned white because she clenched them too hard. Her heart was in turmoil. She simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was a familiar figure and a familiar face. Even though he was wearing a bamboo hat and looked like he had been through a lot, it couldn't hide his familiar features. Even the way he walked was incomparably familiar. It could be said that she was one of the people who understood him the most in this world. She had followed him for a long time. Her face under the veil was filled with shock and confusion. She couldn't calm down at all. Her entire body was trembling, slightly. Her eyes were a little moist and misty. It's really him. Why would I meet him again in this place? Is it a coincidence? Or is it an accident? Or is it a surprise that he arranged for me? At this moment, she even suspected that she was dreaming. Everything in front of her was just an illusion that could disappear at any time. Father! On the village road, Wang Xiaonya greeted him excitedly. He couldn't wait to tell his father this good news. Wang Erniu's face was also full of smiles. He was very excited. On the way home, he learned about this from some villagers. One day, his old Wang family actually had the opportunity to meet the elusive exalted immortals. How could this not make him excited? If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, he would probably have burned a few incense sticks for his ancestors. Uncle Gu, I'll be able to cultivate and become an exalted immortal soon. Wang Xiaonya didn't forget to share this good news with Gu Chang'e, who was wearing a bamboo hat. You finally don't have to worry about it every day. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pat his head. Hee, I was worried before. Wang Xiaonya touched the back of his head. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to be naughty in front of Gu Chang'e. He tried his best to appear steady and mature in his speech and actions. Although Gu Chang'e was kind and gentle, sometimes she gave him a kind of heart, palpitating and very scary feeling. Wang Xiaonya felt that this should be the prestige accumulated by being in a high position for a long time. He didn't even feel it from those old masters in the city, so he didn't dare to joke in front of Gu Chang'e most of the time. Today he was too excited and happy, so he was a little carried away. Oh, right, Uncle Gu. Big Sister Chinya is here again. She even brought the matchmaker. Wang Xiaonya jumped up and down in front. Rolling his eyes, he couldn't help but whisper in Gu Changa's ear, "I think Big Sister Chin you really likes you." What do children know? Shut up. Wang Erniu's face darkened when he heard this. He reached out and patted Wang Xiaonyo's head to tell him not to talk nonsense. After all, Gu Changa's origin was mysterious. Although he was temporarily living in Qingshan village, no one knew when he would leave. A person whose origin was unknown. But many young girls in and out of the village were infatuated with him, and they would marry no one but him. This made Wang Erniu helpless, and he could only sigh in his heart. Moreover, although their family of 3 was familiar with Gu Changa, it didn't mean that they could decide his marriage. At most, they could give Gu Changa some advice. The priority couldn't be reversed. Chinya? Is it the girl who sells osmanthus cake at the entrance of the village? She is a good person, thoughtful and kind. Gu Changa heard this, showed a surprised expression, and then couldn't help but agree. No, not that. Wang Xiaonyo and Wang Erniu, father and son, heard this. The expression on their faces was a little awkward and stiff. The sister who sells osmanthus cake is called Huang Xiaoyu, not Sister Chinya. Wang Xiaonyo quickly explained. He didn't expect that Gu Changa would even make a mistake. Moreover, the nearby villagers were all listening. How embarrassing would that be? Oh, did you remember wrongly? Is that the one who sells candied dates and candied haws? Or the one who sells tofu? Gu Changa was even more surprised and continued to guess. Uncle Gu, you should be careful. Sister Chinya is the most beautiful sister in the village, the one who often brings you water. Wang Xiaonyo was helpless. He wanted to cover his face and quickly explain. Although he was young, he basically knew everyone in the village, so it was impossible for him to be mistaken. As a result, his Uncle Gu couldn't even recognize all those young girls and couldn't remember their names. So it's her. Didn't I tell her that I didn't plan to get married? Gu Changa nodded in realization. Outside the Wang family, Chenya's family of 4 looked a little ugly. Although there was a distance between them, they could hear the conversation over there. The nearby villagers also looked like they were watching the show and wanted to laugh out loud. Xiaoya, is this what you meant by being elegant and courteous and gentle like Jade? It's simply infuriating. He doesn't even remember who you are and what your name is. You still want to marry him? Chen Ye's parents had a scholarly aura. They came from a scholarly family and had good self-restraint. But now they were a little angry, and there was a hint of anger on their faces. Their daughter had said all the good things about this person in front of them to convince them. He didn't hesitate to lower himself and come to the Wang family in an attempt to propose marriage. But before they even met, their impression of Gu Changa had dropped to the freezing point. Chin Aria's small face was also full of anger. She clenched her small fists and said, "Sister, you can't be fooled by his appearance. This person doesn't know how to respect you. He can't even remember who you are." She was very angry, revealing a pair of small canine teeth, grinding them there. Chunya's face was originally filled with shock and embarrassment, as well as some embarrassment. Her cheeks were burning. Today, she came to the Wang family's door, intending to personally come to the door to propose marriage. She had already made up her mind, no matter what outsiders thought and said. But she didn't expect to hear this. But now that she thought about it, when she was chatting with Gu Changa before, he wouldn't speak like this. In her impression, Gu Changa was the image of a graceful young master. His words were gentle and polite, decent and humble, making it easy for people to have a good impression of him. Young Master Gu is not such a person. He must have said that on purpose to make you angry so that you can retreat. Chunyo explained to her parents in a low voice. This explanation stunned both her parents. Young Master Gu! However, at this moment, a soft murmur came from the side, giving Chenya a fright. Only then did she realize that Miss Su had unknowingly appeared beside her. She was clearly still standing in the air and had not landed. Of course, Chenya didn't notice the abnormality of the woman in white just now. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Miss Su." This, in front of the Wang family's door, the old Taoist, who was stroking his beard and smiling, froze on his face at this moment, then gradually disappeared, his brows furrowed, seeming to be somewhat bewildered. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" The middle-aged man at the side was puzzled, not knowing what the ancestor was doing. He called out a few times, but there was no response. He followed the gaze and found that the ancestor was staring at the bamboo hat man who was walking over with Wang Xianyo. Could it be that there's something special that made the ancestor have such an expression? But why can't I see anything? The middle-aged man couldn't help but guess in his heart. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything unusual. He was just an ordinary mortal. He had no bone structure, no talent for cultivation, and naturally he had no cultivation. However, even the woman in white with the surname Su appeared, as if she was very interested in this bamboo hat man. At this moment, the middle-aged man even had an illusion that this woman with the surname Su's expression was a little strange. What happened? Why are these immortals all looking like this? The nearby villagers who hadn't left yet were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Looking at the three immortals' solemn, bewildered, or puzzled expressions, they couldn't help but guess. Little Ya, are they all looking at that man with the surname Gu? Chan Ya's parents also noticed, and they couldn't help but ask. It should be. Could it be that young Master Gu has some other identity? Chen Yu was also confused at this moment. Why was this situation happening? This was a little strange. Wang Xianyo saw that everyone was looking in his direction, and he was quite proud, showing off to his father. "Did you see that, Daddy? I'm so impressive now." But Wang Erniu was not blind. He could naturally see that everyone's eyes were actually on Gu Changa. He couldn't help but be surprised, and he couldn't help but start to guess. Gu Changa, however, acted as if he didn't see these gazes, casually walked over, intending to tactfully reject Chinya. He had a hunch that he wouldn't be able to stay in Qingshan village for long. Therefore, he naturally couldn't marry a wife, have children, and settle down here. If this experience was a big dream, then it was time for him to wake up from this dream. However, just as Gu Changa walked over and was about to speak to Chinya and explain his intentions, his gaze couldn't help but fall to the side. He raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the woman in white, and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned and shocked. Chunyu was even more stunned on the spot. She didn't expect Gu Changa to talk to Miss Su in such a way. Everyone, including her, knew that Miss Su was as beautiful as a fairy, although she had never taken off her veil and revealed her true appearance. But normally, no one dared to speak to her like this. Gu Changa's way of striking up a conversation could be said to be very bold. At this moment, everyone actually felt that this was Gu Changa striking up a conversation with Miss Su, but this play was too old-fashioned. However, to everyone's surprise and shock, after the initial shock and disbelief on Miss Su's face, she directly nodded her head. Yes, yes. She lowered her eyes and resisted the urge to cry, trying to make her voice calm as she answered. However, her tone was slightly trembling, and her eyes were slightly red. She didn't expect that Gu Changa would actually become like this. Could it be that he had forgotten the past? What happened during this period of time? Did he encounter an invincible enemy? But he had forgotten the past, but he still remembered her. All the villagers here were completely shocked and stunned by the woman's words. Wang Xianyo's family of 3 couldn't believe their ears, wondering if they had heard wrongly. How is this possible? Wang Xianyo's eyes widened. Miss Su had actually seen Uncle Gu? Didn't that mean that the two of them knew each other? So Uncle Gu wasn't a fallen aristocrat, but a cultivator like Miss Su? Young Master Gu is a cultivator. Chunyu was stunned, and she found it difficult to accept this reality. Only the old Taoist, who had been bewildered since the beginning and hadn't spoken, wasn't surprised at all. Not only was he a cultivator, this was simply a great horror in the world. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his hands and feet were a little cold. He couldn't believe it. Logically speaking, at his level, it was impossible to have such a feeling. In this world, what existence could truly threaten him? However, the Guchanga in front of him gave him a great fear. His whole body trembled, and his scalp went numb. The old Taoist couldn't help but recall countless years ago when he had just stepped into the cultivation world. He was afraid of the road ahead, as if he was facing an abyss, and he was cautious. What kind of small mountain village is this? The old Taoist didn't dare to make any moves. He wasn't sure what Guchanga was experiencing now. However, he could understand that if the other party wanted to kill him, he only needed to stretch out a finger and gently press. Ancestor, the middle-aged man on the side, also swallowed his saliva. Since he could reach this step, he was naturally not stupid. What did he see on his ancestor's face just now? Was that fear? Have you seen it before? I said that I felt that you were a little familiar. Guchanga ignored the surprised and shocked expressions of the crowd. He looked at the woman in white in front of him and smiled. We haven't just seen each other. The woman with the surname Su smiled gently. She wanted to reach out and touch his face, but she stopped. My name is Su Chinga. Young master, long time no see. Chapter 950. No one had expected that the lady in white would call Guchanga that way. Her expression and tone were even more unexpected. It was not as simple as just knowing each other. The surrounding villagers were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Many of them even began to associate love and hate in their minds when they came to themselves. Su Chinga, is that Miss Su's real name? Chinya was the first to react. She did not know what had happened between Su Chinga and Guchanga, but judging from Su Chinga's expression and behavior, something must have happened between them. They might even be very close. As a lady, she was too familiar with such gaze and tone. Chinya's heart sank. If she were to compare herself with other ladies in the village, she would not hesitate to fight and would not think she was weaker than anyone. But in front of Su Chinga, she would only feel inferior and extremely dim. Su Chinga! At this moment, Guchanga slightly muttered this name. He just felt that this name was very familiar from the bottom of his heart. He did not simply remember it, but seemed to have known it for a long time. There was a long history between the two of them, but he did not force himself to recall it. He just let nature take its course. When he reached a certain level, he would naturally remember everything. That's a nice name. Then Guchanga smiled. It's not the first time you said that. Su Chinga also smiled, her eyes full of gentleness. Not far away, the old Taoist hesitated for a long time. At this moment, he also walked over and made a fist and palm salute to Guchanga. Greetings, Taoist brother. Although his strength was unfathomable, he knew that he was no different from an ordinary person in front of Guchanga. So he was not sure what Guchanga was going through. He could only brace himself to greet him, so as not to be impolite. Greetings, senior. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also followed behind his ancestor and hurried to greet him as a junior. Although Guchanga looked very young, how could he be judged from his appearance when even his ancestor was afraid of him? To guess, the surrounding villagers all opened their eyes wide. In their eyes, the old Taoist and the middle-aged man were high and mighty, but in front of Guchanga they had such expressions. This made them feel that it was inconceivable, as if they were dreaming. Although Wang Xiaonyo's family of 3 had some expectations and guesses just now and were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Uncle Gu is also an extremely powerful cultivator? I'm not dreaming, right? Wang Xiaonyo felt a little dizzy. Was he dreaming? He had always yearned for and pursued the immortal. He had always been by his side, and he kept calling him Uncle Gu. Wang Xiaonyo's father, Wang Erniu, also felt like he was in a dream. During this period of time, Guchanga was still helping them with farm work, welcoming the sunrise and the sunset, full of the simple atmosphere of life. He even kept calling him Brother Gu, And in his heart, he even wanted to persuade Gu Changa to stay and not wander around. In the end, he learned that this mysterious brother Gu might actually be an unbelievably powerful cultivator. It was just that they were mortals and couldn't see it. While Wang Erniu smiled bitterly in his heart, he also felt very lucky. Fortunately, his family of 3 got along well with Gu Changa during this period of time. Judging from his many actions, Gu Changa didn't look like a cultivator at all. He had completely integrated into the mortal world, and there was no difference between him and an ordinary person. I'm not a cultivator or an immortal now. You don't have to be so polite. Gu Changa shook his head. He didn't think that the old Taoist and the middle-aged man were different from the surrounding villagers, just because they were cultivators. The old Taoist let out a bitter laugh. He didn't know what Gu Changa was going through now, but from his words, he understood that he was no longer a cultivator now. That didn't mean that he wasn't a cultivator in the past or in the future. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying existence in this small mountain village made him feel shocked and incredulous. He also felt that the world had changed greatly. The catastrophe had descended and the world was in turmoil. In this vast world, there were still many mysterious and unsolved things. Originally, he thought that he was already standing at a certain peak, but now he suddenly realized that wasn't he looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Gu Changa's appearance made the old Taoist understand this in a real sense. You can only know the sky from beyond the sky, and you can only know people from beyond the people. Everything that happened in Qingshan village spread to the nearby areas at a very fast speed. Many villagers were shocked and in disbelief when they heard the news. If someone didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that an immortal was actually by their side? During this period of time, those who had come into contact with Gu Changa were all shocked and felt like they were dreaming. Some people even thought that they had bought the melons that he sold. At that time, they even joked that if they looked like him, why would they sell melons? Who knew how many young ladies were waiting for him to marry? Now that they thought about it, they were shocked and bitterly smiled. For a time, Qingshan village was covered with a layer of mystery. With so many mysterious people appearing one after another, it made people wonder if this was because the scenery was good, or if there was some secret hidden here. Some of the nearby cultivation sects had also tried to inquire about the Kongtong immortal sect, but the results shocked them. This was actually a supergiant force that spanned across the immortal realms and the upper realms. Even if it had only appeared in recent years, it was impossible to measure how long it had been in existence. This was no longer a level that they could imagine and come into contact with. In the following period of time, Qingshan village gradually returned to its former tranquility after the initial shock and bustle. Although many villagers knew that Gu Changa's identity was extraordinary, they found that he was no different from before. He did what he had to do. His daily life was very regular. He worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. However, the people who delivered water and food to him changed from many of the young ladies in the village to Miss Su. After learning of Gu Changa's identity, basically all the young ladies gave up on him, including Miss Chinya, who sold tofu at the entrance of the village. In their eyes, the huge gap in identity was almost an insurmountable gap. However, there were still some people who would secretly peek. Young people did not worry, but who did not yearn for love? Time passed quickly, and Wang Xianyo was finally taken away by the old Taoist. Although his parents were reluctant, they also understood that from now on, their child would become a real cultivator, which was much more honorable than being the top scorer in the exam. Therefore, they did not let Wang Xianyo feel too much of a burden. With smiles and expectations, they watched him go away. Before leaving, the old Taoist left a lot of good things for the couple. Not to say that it would make them immortal, but it would be easy to extend their lives by decades or centuries. Whether it was for Gu Changa's sake or for Wang Xianyo's sake, he had to do so. As soon as Wang Xianyo left, Wang Erniu and his wife were more or less reluctant to part with him, because they did not know how many years Wang Xianyo would cultivate after this departure, and when would be the next time they saw him. Of course, In addition to Wang Erniu and his wife, there was another person who was very reluctant to part with Wang Xiaonyo. The youngest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Area, was just her nickname. Her real name was Chun Xiaoya. Before leaving, Wang Xiaonyo secretly came to see her and gave her the jade pendant with sword patterns that the old Taoist gave him. He said that he would come back to see her after his cultivation was successful, and he would bring her delicious food and fun things to play with. The two of them were not old. Although they were not at the age where they first fell in love, they already had a vague, good impression of each other. Moreover, Chen Xiaoya did not accept his jade pendant. She just wiped her tears and asked him to cultivate well. In the end, the two children directly hugged each other and cried. Gu Chang'e knew about this matter because Chen Xiaoya took the initiative to tell him. Because she thought that Gu Chang'e was also a cultivator and he was respected by the old Taoist. She wanted to know if she had the fate to become an immortal. Gu Chang'e did not answer this question, but Su Qingge told Chen Xiaoya that she and Wang Xiaonyo would definitely meet again in the future. The thing called fate was actually predestined. For Su Qingge, everything that happened today was her fate. She did not know why Gu Chang'e experienced such things, but it was the best gift that God allowed her to meet him again here. Before Wang Xiaonyo left with the old Taoist, Gu Chang'e moved out of the Wang family and lived with Su Qingge. Of course, it was Su Qingge who took the initiative to mention this. For Gu Chang'e, this was very natural. It seemed that this was how it should be. Although the two of them were not married, they had a tacit understanding as if they had been husband and wife for many years. Su Qingge knew his habits and preferences. Even the temperature of the tea was clear to her. Gu Chang'e was also used to the simple and comfortable life with her around. Outside the courtyard, he opened up a few pieces of land. It was not big, but some bean sprouts, fruits, and vegetables were planted there. He worked hard every day, weeding and watering. When it was time to harvest, he sent them to the market with the help of the Wang family's cart. Because the nearby villagers all knew his identity, these fruits and vegetables were very popular. Su Qingge also seemed to have abandoned her identity as a cultivator. She changed into coarse linen clothes, put on a headscarf, and tied up her hair. Every day, she cooked and washed for Gu Chang'e. She would also bring him sweet spring water when the weather was hot. She would use her sleeve to gently wipe away the sweat on his forehead. She would also carefully smooth out his collar, tidy up his cuffs, and sew his clothes. When it was cold, she would heat the stove and embroider cotton-padded shoes for him. When autumn came, it was bleak. The nearby trees began to fall and swirl in the autumn wind, and the harvested rice was exposed to the sun in the courtyard. Each grain was golden. When the sun set, there would be a few wisps of twilight. Su Qingge looked at it and felt that all this was very gentle. Gu Chang'e was busy with it, but he also enjoyed it. At night it was snowing. The weather was getting colder and colder. It was winter. The nearby villagers were used to Gu Chang'e's identity, so they were not overcautious because of his origin and identity as a cultivator. In addition, Su Qingge had a good reputation in the village. In this season, the villagers also sent cured meat, home-brewed liquor, and other things. And at this time, Su Qingge was happy to show the cooking skills she learned. Although the dishes were not perfect in color, smell, and taste, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, they were good in appearance and taste. It was getting colder and colder. Even the lake was covered with a layer of ice. Soon, the courtyard was covered with a thin layer of snow. The whole world was silvery white and silent. Inside the room, the fire in the stove was burning fiercely. The dry wood crackled and splashed some sparks from time to time. The two huddled together on the bed, which was not very big, and slept in each other's arms. Gu Chang'e listened to the falling snow outside. Some snowflakes drifted in through the gaps. He tightened the quilt around the two of them, hugged Su Qingge tighter, and smoothed the hair around her ears. And Su Qingge leaned on his chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat of 5. For, with a smile on her face, at this moment, It seemed that only the two of them were left in the whole world. Winter came and went, and the sun and moon flew. Time passed quickly. Guchanga's perception of the world became clearer and clearer. He felt that all of this had something to do with mortals. So what if they were cultivators? Some pursued natural Taoist methods and longevity, while some pursued returning to nature and being plain and natural. Everyone had a different view on mortals. The so-called mortals were actually not mortals in the real sense, but a kind of ordinary state of mind and ideology. Cultivators pursued longevity and immortality. They were dissatisfied with the current situation and fought for it. And mortals pursued glory, splendor, wealth, and power. Wasn't this also a fight? Both of them did not want to live an ordinary life. Wang Xiaoniu's family of 3 and all the villagers in Qingshan village were mortals, but they were still fighting for it. The poor wanted to live a rich life, and those with chronic diseases wanted to live a healthy life, while the rich wanted to have a complete family with plenty of children and grandchildren. Wang Erniu worked hard on the farm tomorrow. He worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. In this world of mortals, the sound of insects only lasted for one autumn, and the flowers of the epiphyllum only lasted for one night. Who was not fighting for it? In Guchanga's view, the words immortal and mortal had long been out of their original meaning. What was immortal? What was mortal? What was heaven? What was human? Immortals fought, robbed, and deceived each other? Or immortal, lofty and ethereal, not competing with the world and quietly watching the world of mortals? But these were all immortals. Mortals experienced birth, aging, illness, and death, saw all kinds of things in the world of mortals, transcended the world, and lived in seclusion. But they were still mortals. Chapter 9:51. In Guchanga's eyes, the words immortal and mortal were not so important anymore. Originally, there was no definite boundary between immortals and mortals. People lived on the mountain, and people walked down the mountain. This was also immortal. Immortals and mortals were in the category of the Tao of man. Even if one had reached the peak state of immortals, it was still difficult to escape from this category. Because of the existence of man, immortals and mortals existed. Guchanga understood a lot. He felt that he had caught something in the unseen world. The original vague concept of man gradually solidified and took shape. Time flew by. Several years had passed. The trees around Qingshan village turned yellow season after season. Those children had all grown up. Some even got married, started their own careers, and had children. The old villagers passed away, and new babies were born. It was like flowers and plants that withered for a season were reborn in the early spring. The cycle repeated. However, Guchanga and Suchinga still looked the same as before. It seemed that time had never passed on them. After all, Suchinga was a powerful cultivator with a long lifespan. To her, these few years seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye, passing by in the blink of an eye. Although Guchanga looked like an ordinary mortal, even the concept of time had been blurred on him. Of course, he would not grow old in a real sense. Only when he subconsciously wanted to adapt to life and death and grow old did his body show the signs of aging. But this kind of aging was just a facade. When he adapted to nature, everything returned to its original state. To him, the concept of time was almost non-existent. The days in Qingshan village made him understand a lot. It could be said that he had experienced a new life in a real sense and experienced all the forms of life. During this time, Guchanga and Suchinga were like a real mortal couple. They looked at the mortal world in silence. Spring went and winter came. Time passed quickly. All the forms of life seemed to be condensed in this moment. For Guchanga, he seemed to have made up for the missing Tao. He also seemed to have transcended his original humanity and looked at another self from another angle. This was a new life and also a different kind of reincarnation. However, there were too many experiences in the world, and Guchanga could not truly experience every single one of them. It could be said that he had personally experienced all of this. If it could be said that he had originally stood at the end and end of the Tao of heaven, overlooking all living things, then he would have been able to do so. Today, it was as if he had transformed from a mortal into a human and personally walked the path of a human. Of course, he had only walked the Tao that he had never walked before. Naturally, he had not walked to the end of the Tao of man. There was no distinction between immortals and mortals. In fact, they all belonged to the Tao of man. There was no sense of time in the mountains. During the years that Gu Changa had disappeared, the situation in the upper realm had also undergone great changes. The ancient existences of the various orthodoxies appeared one after another, wielding great power. This was equivalent to truly raising the ceiling of the upper realm's battle prowess. Even those celestial kings of the celestial realm were in awe. As for the powerful warriors of the other realm, they began to communicate with the celestial realm to discuss how they should deal with the chaotic situation. Some of the celestial kings guarding the borders of the vast expanse battlefield discovered some ancient warships closing in on the celestial realm. Their momentum was shocking, and the waves shook all directions. Many of the ancient universes were shaken because of this. The ripple that came from the other side was like a storm of the great Tao, and all the worlds were disintegrating. Did the people from the other true worlds also discover this place? Great waves surged into the sky. An old man in white robes and a white beard stood at the realm dike with a young woman beside him. The one who spoke at that moment was the old man in white robes. He was the old man who had walked out of the sea of realm monuments, Ming. The young woman beside him was his disciple, Shenxian Er. People from the other true worlds? Are they not the hunters you mentioned before, Master? When Shenxian Er heard this, surprise appeared on her face, and she could not help but ask. Ming shook his head and frowned. Speaking of which, over so many eons, the true mountain and sea world has never been discovered by the people from the other true worlds. But as the hunters from the vast expanse ocean approached, the other true worlds also found traces of them. Is this a coincidence? Or is there someone who is adding fuel to the fire? He could not help but come to this conclusion. After all, how many eons had passed since the War of the Heavens? During that time, no one from the other true worlds had ever discovered the true mountain and sea world. In fact, they had never heard of any ancient cultivator from the other worlds stepping into this place. However, as the current situation changed, the hunters from the true world began to appear. They wanted to hunt down the true mountain and sea world and sacrifice it so that the true world behind them could descend. Besides this, there were also traces of the other true worlds, as if they were also trying to come into contact with the true mountain and sea world. This forced Ming to connect all these things together. It was difficult for him not to believe that there was no invisible hand behind all this. Shan Xian had been by Ming's side, and under his influence, she had gained some understanding of the current situation in the true mountain and sea world. At that moment, she could not help but put on a puzzled expression. Master, based on what you said, is there a possibility that the true spirit protecting the true mountain and sea world has not disappeared since the ancient era? In truth, it has always been protecting the true mountain and sea world in the dark. But in the current era, something happened to the true spirit, and it no longer had the strength to protect the true mountain and sea world. As soon as she spoke of this guess, Ming's expression instantly changed slightly, and then her brows knit together tightly. There is indeed such a possibility, he mumbled. Golden light instantly shone brightly in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the ages and see the present. If he thought about it this way, then he could indeed connect all these things together. Could those ancient existences who are continuously reviving be the handiwork of the Lord, true spirit over the years? Looks like something has really happened. Ming's expression turned solemn. He did not feel happy because he had guessed that the Lord, true spirit, had not died. I didn't expect that there would still be a true world in this region, but it seems to be a newly born true world. It has long since lost the protection of the true spirit, and its presence is exposed in the vast expanse. Looks like Lord Zhuo Yu's guess was correct. At that moment, there was an ancient warship that was entirely dark green in color in the vast expanse of space. He was breaking through the huge wave and charging through it, heading in the direction of the true mountain and sea world. The ancient warship was incredibly huge, as if it was carrying all the stars in the universe on its back. The dark green hull of the ship was filled with an ancient air. It was made of a rarely seen mother of all gold, and it was covered in a terrifying divine light of order. Wisps of chaotic aura fell down and interweaved with each other. They spread out like fog, and they were so thick that they looked like they wanted to crush everything. There were blurry figures standing on the ancient warship. All of them wore armor and were armed to the teeth. Even their faces were covered, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. They looked incredibly cold and callous. They were conversing with each other in an ancient language, and excitement seemed to be shining in their eyes. It was the excitement of discovering a new birthplace of life. Chapter 952. This new true world has let me smell the aura of the immortal Tao. There was once a spark of the immortal Tao left behind here. Perhaps we can analyze it and replenish it. Perhaps there are still remnants of the true spirit. Without the protection of the true spirit, it means that a battle of Tion Fa must have occurred here. The blurry figures were communicating with each other in an ancient, secret language. Their eyes were flickering with light. There was a suppressed expectation and excitement in their eyes. It was as if they had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a fertile land full of vitality. Divine light of order interweaved on the ancient warship. Some places were engraved with ancient and mysterious runes. A dense primal chaos aura surged and fell down like fog. It sped through the boundless sea without deviating from its original course. However, if one looked inside the ancient warship, they would see a different scene. Some of the materials were sparkling, as if they were cast from a completely different material. There was also a transparent screen projected in the void. The figures sitting in the center of the ship seemed to have a resplendent silver liquid flowing through their bodies. Their faces were pure white, and only their eyes were visible. They had no nose, ears, or other facial features. Some parts of their bodies flickered with a faint light, as if they were some kind of life form from a higher dimension. These figures were also filled with a frightening pressure. Some of them were surrounded by lightning, flames, nebulas, and other real matter. They were not formed by the laws of order. It was clear that they were the masters of the ancient warship. The figures outside who were wearing armor and had their faces covered were their servants. The boundless, vast expanse was boundless, and it gave birth to countless civilizations and inheritances. Some civilizations had lasted for countless years, flourishing without end. Even in the present day, they did not wither or die out. As for some civilizations, they were like meteors that disappeared in the blink of an eye, illuminating the deep night sky for only a short time. They were like a flash in the pan, disappearing without a trace. For countless years, one of the most prosperous and powerful civilizations in the vast expanse was the immortal Tao civilization. Although some ancient and powerful civilizations had appeared in the past, they were comparable to the immortal Tao civilization. However, they only existed for a short period of time before the flames of their civilization were extinguished. They were unable to be passed down eternally, like the immortal Tao civilization. The ancient warship had come from a distant true world. However, that true world did not give birth to the immortal Tao civilization in the beginning. Instead, he gradually studied the power and mysteries of life as it evolved. From there, a higher level of power was born. They called it spirit force. Unlike the immortal Tao civilization, this civilization excavated the power of the heart and studied the soul and spirit. In a certain way, one could reach the level of immortality, placing one's soul on all kinds of matter and coexisting with that matter. Of course, this kind of power had its limits. It could only rely on external objects and could not truly make one immortal. Therefore, later on, they fought some low-level immortal Tao civilizations and combined some of their power. After many epochs of evolution, they called themselves the Immortal Spirit Civilization. From a certain point of view, the Immortal Spirit Civilization could also be considered a branch of the Immortal Tao Civilization. The true world they resided in had always been known as the true Immortal Spirit World. It might not be ranked at the top of the vast true world, but it was definitely an ancient true world that was famous for giving birth to many living beings in Tao realm. To us, a new true world that has lost the protection of true spirits means a rich supply of resources and a vast territory. It can bring us endless wealth. Perhaps there are still remnants of the immortal Tao flame left behind. If we can successfully occupy it, we can advance to a higher level. It was a human figure with a much more graceful figure and eyes shining with a faint, dark light. She was looking at the picture in the air and muttering to herself in a language that was difficult to understand. If Lady Joyeux can successfully occupy this new true world, there's hope for her to undergo the fourth transformation of her soul, placing her soul on an origin substance and condensing the fourth lattice. Then she will be comparable to the fourth tribulation, void, Tao, realm, ancient cultivators of the immortal Tao civilization. At that time, we will have a much higher chance of conquering the ancient true worlds. The eyes of the other figures around this figure flickered with faint excitement when they heard her words, and they echoed her words. They were very respectful towards this female figure called Joyeux. Although the immortal spirit civilization had used the inheritance crystals of many immortal Tao civilizations as reference, in their eyes, their level clearly surpassed that of the immortal spirit civilization. In the immortal Tao civilization, void Tao realm ancient cultivators who had passed through the fourth heaven's blight tribulation were extremely rare. Over the course of countless epochs, only a few of them were born. For example, in those new true worlds, it was impossible to find a single cultivator who had walked on the path of transcendence. They had to go through too many tribulations. Moreover, there was a large amount of luck involved, and it couldn't be done by accumulating innate talent. But in the immortal spirit civilization, they could use all kinds of methods to make the origin crystal of their soul be passed down generation after generation, achieving some sort of immortality. When the soul power of the ancestors was exhausted, they would condense the origin crystal of their descendants. As long as they placed their soul power on the origin crystal of their soul, they would be able to completely receive the power of their ancestors, from father to son, from son to grandson, and from grandson to grandson. There was no end to the number of descendants. Through this method, although the immortal spirit civilization was born later, it possessed a terrifying power that couldn't be ignored. The figure called Joyeux before them had a huge ancient race supporting her. They analyzed the immortal Tao civilization, condensing origin substances and laws and placing their soul power on these origin substances to achieve a true transformation. They also traveled through various true worlds and experienced the remnants of the blight tribulation in the battlefields of various true worlds, condensing the remnants of the true substance and carrying out a higher level of transformation. Some of the true worlds of the immortal Tao civilization had immortal Tao fire seeds. In those immortal Tao fire seeds, there were remnants of substances that were close to corporeal. They called them origin substances, which meant that they were the origin of all things. The origin substances of all things were incomparably mysterious and could evolve into all things in the world. The world was turbid and clear. The universe was black and yellow, and chaos was reincarnated. Even now, the immortal spirit civilization didn't clearly understand the origin of origin substances. They only knew that they were highly likely to appear in some of the true worlds that had given birth to the immortal Tao civilization. The ancient warship rumbled as it moved forward. It was like a huge mountain range that crushed through the vast expanse, heading straight for the true mountain and sea world. In another direction, there was also an ancient warship speeding forward. However, the material of this ancient warship seemed to be even more ancient and broken. The figure standing on the ship was very tall and looked very similar to a human, but there was an ancient picture at the center of his brows. It was the group of hunters from the true spirit ruins world. The terrifying existence, called Ancestor, White Bone King, sat quietly on the ship, as if he was motionless. A vast expanse of fog swept over from all directions, surging forward like waves. We're almost there, we're almost there. We'll be able to guide the descent of our homeland. I can already sense the presence of that new life. The living beings from the true spirit ruins world sensed the presence of the true mountain and sea world that was getting closer, and there was excitement in their voices. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment for countless years, waiting for this moment. The waves of darkness continued surging forward, causing the dikes in the vast expanse battlefield to tremble. The edges of the horizon had become indistinct. A lot of substances that looked like bubbles continuously piled up. This might cause people to shudder. The frequency of the waves of darkness is getting faster. I just don't know how much longer they can last. The expressions of Luo Wang and the other immortal kings who were keeping watch at the edge of the vast expanse battlefield turned solemn. They stood tall on the war fort. They could see wave after wave of terrifying waves crashing towards them from the other side. They covered the sky and covered the earth, and there was no end to them. The entire world was shaking because of the waves. They didn't dare imagine how the immortal region would be able to withstand this sort of impact without the dikes serving as a buffer. It would probably crumble in an instant and turn into powder that filled the sky. Is there still no news from the Moon Queen? Hasn't she always been in contact with Sir? Why did she suddenly seem to have vanished from the face of the earth? The hearts of the immortal kings were heavy. The atmosphere of a disaster pressing down on their hearts was like a mountain, making them palpitate and feel oppressed. They tried to contact Gu Changa and report this matter. However, they discovered that Gu Changa had suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the world. Even the Moon Queen, who had a closer relationship with Gu Changa among the immortal kings in the immortal region, did not know where Gu Changa had gone. This made them have some bad guesses. Could it be that Gu Changa had already left the immortal region, like some of the emperors in the foreign realm, and given up on this world? After all, during this period of time, they also discovered that the people who were close to Gu Changa seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Regardless of whether it was the divine country of the higher realms or the heavenly court of the immortal region, they all gave off a quiet and peaceful feeling, as if there weren't many people. We also have to make preparations. I have already received news that some clans are already considering the matter of migration. A veteran immortal king spoke with a heavy voice, not optimistic about the future situation. This was especially so when in their eyes, their only pillar of support, Gu Changa, actually disappeared at this time. This made them even more terrified, worried, and uneasy. In addition, some ancient existences revived, starting to take charge of various places. Then, there were news of them trying to open up a tunnel to the outer realm and migrate their clans. Of course, they treated Gu Changa as their pillar of support because Gu Changa's strength was powerful and unfathomable. Perhaps when the disaster descended, there was hope for him to contend against everything. However, it was clear that with Gu Changa's personality, it was more like he would do something that the entire world had nothing to do with him. However, because of this, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Gu Changa. However, while the hearts of the immortal kings were heavy, two figures suddenly appeared on the other side of the realm embankment. A white-robed old man was walking towards them with a young woman in tow. It's the senior who crossed the realm embankment back then. Noticing this scene, Luo Wang's expression froze. His figure disappeared from the war fort, and he got up to welcome them. When the other immortal kings saw this, they also appeared one after another. Apart from Gu Changa, this white-robed old man was the second one they had seen so far who could bring people across the realm embankment. His cultivation was at least that of a half-immortal emperor or even higher. They had no choice but to respect him. Chapter 953. the white-robed old man Ming walked over with Xin Xian Er. He had long known that there were many immortal kings guarding this place, constantly paying attention to the situation outside the vast expanse. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings came over and bowed respectfully, calling him senior. Ming did not waste time introducing himself. Instead, he went straight to the point and asked about the current situation in the immortal region and how to deal with it. During the time he had been outside the vast expanse with his disciple, Xin Xian Er, he had been sensing the fluctuations outside the vast expanse. He wanted to determine the level of the group of hunters who had descended here. However, Ming did not expect that there would be traces of other true worlds. Besides the group of hunters, there were also living beings from other true worlds descending. If both sides came with ill intentions, it would indeed be a terrible disaster for the mountain and sea world. However, when faced with this question, Luo Wang and the others showed some embarrassment. Some of them also showed bitterness, shaking their heads and sighing. What could the immortal region do to deal with it? Besides having them guard this place and constantly pay attention to the situation outside the vast expanse battlefield, there was nothing else. During this period of time, even Gu Changa had vanished without a trace, and no one knew of his whereabouts. This caused them to be unable to help, but wonder if Gu Changa had already given up on the immortal region and left them to fend for themselves. After hearing this, Ming had a complicated look in his eyes. He did not expect the immortal region's current situation to be so terrible. However, from what Luo Wang and the others said, besides the immortal kings guarding this place, there were actually many ancient existences that had revived in the immortal region. These ancient existences controlled various universes and orthodoxies. Their strength was also unfathomable. They suspected that these ancient existences' cultivation had surpassed the immortal kings, and they might even be quasi-immortal emperors. However, in Ming's eyes, this was still far from enough. Perhaps in the eyes of the immortal kings, quasi-immortal emperors were invincible existences who could look down on all living beings and easily decide their lives. However, Ming, who had experienced the War of the Heavens, knew very well. 370 quasi-immortal emperors had not reached the peak of the immortal realm and were not far from the immortal emperor realm. How could they be a match for those ancient Tao realm cultivators? Even those ancient cultivators who had just touched the threshold of the Tao realm could kill quasi-immortal emperors with just a thought or a glance. There were definitely Tao realm existences among the hunters who had descended to the true mountain and sea world. For example, Ming himself had only barely touched the first threshold of the Tao realm after countless years of accumulation, and he hadn't completely overcome the first heavenly blight tribulation. He had no idea if he could contend against those hunters when the time came. Therefore, he needed to find a companion who could fight alongside him during this period of time. The situation is very bad. Lord, True Spirit, is also in trouble, and the demon master seems to be unreliable. I don't know what happened in between. Ming sighed in his heart. He was someone from the same generation as the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. He had experienced the first war of the heavens and knew just how devastating and terrifying that battle was. Naturally, he also knew of the existence of true spirit Qing robes from the true mountain and sea world. However, he had died in the great war of the heavens. He had fallen in the heaven-seeking battlefield. As for what happened in the future, he actually didn't know. Ming could only make vague guesses based on some of the records in the future and the rumors passed down by cultivators. He had never seen the demon master's true appearance, but he knew that it was because of his existence that the true mountain and sea world had survived the first Aeon tribulation. In Ming's opinion, there was definitely a hidden story behind everything that happened during the Forbidden Era. It was impossible for it to be as dark as what all living beings saw. During this period of time, some of the ancient existences who had revived had been confirmed to be dead during that era. Even Ming himself was the same. But they had come back to life? Had they been reflected in the current era from another era and revived in the current era? Even if it was, in Ming's opinion, it was practically impossible to accomplish. It was such a long period of time, spanning countless eras. How could it be reflected in the current era? There were too many powerful beings and living beings during this period of time, so it was impossible to achieve. Reviving the entire history with one's own power? In Ming's opinion, the people who had died back then might have entered the cycle of reincarnation in a different way and returned from it. Why did he think so? Because during this period of time, the true mountain and sea world had not been discovered by other ancient cultivators, nor had it been invaded by other true worlds. This meant that during this period of time, the true mountain and sea world had been protected by its true spirit. Only during this period of time did something happen to its true spirit, causing the true mountain and sea world to be noticed by other true worlds outside the vast expanse. It was highly possible that this was a grand scheme that had been planned for a long time. After that, Ming took Luo Wang and the others and left the vast expanse battlefield, telling them that they did not need to continue guarding the place. If the hunters from outside the vast expanse battlefield descended, then they would be useless here. They would not even have the right to be cannon fodder. At a certain level, they could sense the existence of others of the same level even if they were separated by an endless universe and space. Once the living beings from outside the vast expanse descended, all worlds could sense them. Their presence was enough to make all living beings go mad and fall into chaos. After returning to the immortal region, Ming did not go to the other orthodoxies. Instead, he brought Xin Xian to the Gu family. He knew about the relationship between Xin Xian and the Gu family. He also knew that Xin Xian could be considered as Gu Changa's cousin. Of course, the main reason was that Ming wanted to find his companions to discuss the grand scheme of things. The longevity Gu family's foundation was unfathomable. It was hard to imagine that they had existed before the first calamity of the true mountain and sea world. The ancestor who had founded the Gu family was a terrifying figure whose cultivation base was difficult to fathom. In Ming's opinion, finding the Gu family to discuss countermeasures was the only way now. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings were at a loss. They did not know what to do next. After thinking for a while, they decided to follow Ming. They did not know why Ming would go to the longevity Gu family. They did not even know Ming's origins. Some people guessed that Ming was an ancestor of the longevity Gu family. After all, the longevity Gu family had always been mysterious and did not care about the affairs of the world. Even when the immortal region collapsed and the immortal kings from the other regions invaded, the longevity Gu family did not care much. Moreover, even Gu Changa was a member of the Gu family. He was once the young master of the Gu family. Ming's action caused the immortal kings to make many guesses and make many connections. In the current immortal region, every action of the immortal kings involved countless living beings and cultivators. The moment Luo Wang and the others left the vast expanse battlefield, the various orthodoxies also noticed them. They were very curious as to why Luo Wang and the others would go to the longevity Gu family. While the orthodoxies were puzzled, they also sent people to follow them and find out what was going on. Some ancient existences who had been revived even formed avatars to follow after them. Divine light shone brightly in the universe. Various majestic avatars crossed the galaxy and rushed to the Gu family's territory. In the immortal region, in the oceanic tribe's territory, the third prince of the dragon tribe, Ao Tung, who had received the news, also followed with Ao Ling. He had always wanted to meet Gu Changa personally and ask him some questions. After all, he was a supreme figure whom even his father greatly admired. He had left a deep impression on Ao Tung. Ao Tung was even more unwilling to believe that Gu Changa was a demon who would harm the heavens. Of course, another big reason was that Ao Tung felt that the changes in the mountain and sea realm were related to Gu Changa. Gu Changa should know some of the truth. The commotion caused by the immortal kings of the sea tribe also alarmed the other forces, causing waves to rise in various parts of the immortal region. In the immortal regions, Wang family and I Chen, who had completely possessed many true immortals of the Wang family, sat cross-legged in his cave abode. A vast galaxy appeared behind him. Stars filled the sky, rising and falling like a waterfall. 9 ancient bronze lamps floated above his head. They intersected with each other like inextinguishable divine light, stabilizing Ni Chen's drifting true soul. His eyes burned brightly. He did not ask about what was happening in the outside world. He focused on cultivating his innate ancestral art and planned to possess the mountain and sea realm. The current mountain and sea realm was like a floating duckweed. It was the best time for him to possess it. Before this, Anai Chan had planned for a long time and finally found a suitable opportunity. The process was very dangerous, which was why Anai Chen had to make other arrangements before he possessed the mountain and sea realm. After all, there were many powerful cultivators in the mountain and sea realm now. In that case, all of his previous plans would be for naught, and all of them would turn into bubbles. With the innate ancestral art of the Abyss Defiance, I can easily possess anything. Now that I am the young master of the Wang family, I can use the identity of the true spirit's successor to travel the world. Anai Chen's eyes sparkled. He had a plan in his heart. He knew that there was definitely a problem with the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm's aura to spread through the universe and attract many hunters. And his appearance just so happened to be able to resolve this matter. He had successfully possessed a galaxy before. Even though it was far from the true mountain and sea realm, he had already been tainted with some of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm's essence. Based on this alone, he could completely pass himself off as the real thing. At that time, as the successor of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm, he only needed to take over everything and become the new true spirit. Then he would be able to save the true mountain and sea realm in time. Even if someone suspected the authenticity of his identity, it was not important. In a life and death situation, who would care about such things? Before I pretend to be the successor of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm, I must quickly reach Quasi-Immortal King or even higher. That way, I can dispel some people's doubts and guesses. Anai Chen's eyes were filled with ambition. He planned to carry out the next step of his plan. Before, he possessed Wang Wushang. Wang Wushang had yet to reach true immortal realm. This was something that all the races in the immortal region knew. If he successfully reached Quasi-Immortal King or even Immortal King realm in a few short decades, it would cause a stir in all the races. He would definitely break a record that had existed since ancient times. At that time, his identity as the successor of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm would be even more stable. To outsiders, Anai Chan could say that he had obtained the legacy of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm, which was why he had broken through in one go. On the other side, many of the Immortal Palace's descendants had gathered in Fu Yan and made the city of No return their new gathering place. All the forces of power are rushing to the longevity Gu family. Looks like something big is about to happen. Qin Shuang and the others who had received the news from the outside world were also discussing it. In the end, even Qin Shuang, who still harbored great enmity towards Gu Chang'e, decided to personally make a trip to the longevity Gu family with Uncle Yi and the others. Also, many majestic magical bodies appeared in some of the orthodoxies and races in the upper realm and the other world. They were millions of feet tall and stood in the galaxy. These figures were like immortal gods. In the end, they turned into divine light and crossed through the universe to rush to the longevity Gu family. The entire true mountain and sea realm was shaken. All the universes and ancient worlds were restless. Due to this matter, the atmosphere had become abnormally heavy. Chapter 954. The entire celestial realm was in an uproar. No matter what cultivation level one was at, they all saw this shocking scene. Avatars crossed the universe one after another, heading towards the Gu family's territory in the celestial realm. However, several years ago, the Gu family in the celestial realm had already moved away. All the clansmen had gathered in the upper realm. Therefore, the various clans that rushed over didn't see any figures. They turned around and crossed space again, heading to the upper realm. At the same time, there was also a strange movement in the upper realm. Many Gu family clansmen sensed powerful auras descending from the outer realm. The phenomenon was shocking. What happened? Why are so many powerhouses descending on our clan's territory? The clansmen guarding the mountain gate were all shocked. They hurriedly went to report. Ming brought Shen Xian and appeared outside the mountain gate. He didn't force his way in. He came with a purpose, so he naturally couldn't offend the Gu family. Is this the family that sister is from? Shen Xian was a little shocked. She was stunned by this magnificent and majestic foundation, as expected of the clan that even her master valued and feared. Their inheritance was incomparably long, and their strength was unfathomable. Speaking of which, she was the same as Gu Xian. The bloodline of the Gu family flowed in her veins. However, she was born in the Tianlan realm by her parents. This was also Shen Xian's first time coming to the Gu family's territory. Seeing it with her own eyes was shocking. Is this the Gu family's territory? Now that I look at it, there are mysteries everywhere. Luo Wang and the other celestial kings were also shocked. At first, they didn't understand. Why would Ming come to the Gu family? But now that they looked at it, they realized that these small details were shocking. Even if they were celestial kings, they couldn't act presumptuously in front of the Gu family. The rising providence was like a surging river, gathering above their heads and illuminating the sky. This was more like a small world, detached from the world and not affected by the outside world. Perhaps there was still some peerless figure hidden in the current Gu family. This senior is... In the sky, beams of divine light descended. Some ancient existences revealed their true bodies and asked about Ming's identity. However, Luo Wang and the others only shook their heads and didn't say anything. They didn't know Ming's background. Many figures gathered here, some of their bodies still surrounded by primal chaos mist, hazy and indistinct. Their strength exceeded immortal kings. These were figures who had just revived in this world. Along with the brilliance of the Great Path, the people of the Ocean Clan also arrived. The one in the lead was the third prince of the Dragon Clan, Aoteng. Great Commander Ming. At first glance, he noticed Ming standing at the Gu clan's mountain gate. His entire body shook, and he was in slight disbelief. Commander Ming, Ao Ling, who was following behind Aoteng, widened her eyes and cried out involuntarily. As characters from the pre-heaven mythological era, they could be said to be separated from the people of the current era by countless epochs. Even the remnants of the immortal palace in the Dark Era might not know of their existence. Seeing this, many ancient existences in the area looked over. However, there were also quite a number of experts from the sea race. There were even a few existences that had surpassed the immortal king realm. They are characters from the innate mythological era. Those two are the descendants of the ancestral dragon. An old man who had transformed into a human explained to the existences around him with a slightly shocked voice. He was transformed from a carp that came from a dry well. He had once transformed into a true dragon and was extremely powerful. He had some inherited memories and knew part of the origins of Aoteng and Ao Ling. As soon as these words were spoken, many ancient figures in the surroundings were immediately speechless. The pre-heaven mythological era was such a distant epoch. It could be traced back to the beginning of the world and before the chaos was divided. How could the characters of that era not be shocked by the fact that they were still in the world today? Hearing the exclamation behind him, Ming also turned around. His gaze swept over and landed on Aoteng and Ao Ling, the third prince of the Dragon Clan. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. He did not expect to meet an old friend here, and one that he had met many times. That was the time before the first calamity. How long had it been since then? He could not remember clearly, but he could still see an old friend of his. Ao Teng greets Commander Ming. I didn't expect Commander Ming to still be alive in this world. This is great. Although Ao Tung was the third prince of the Dragon Clan, he was not arrogant. He was very respectful to Ming, who had once led the army of the heavens. Ao Ling also greeted him. Her eyes blinked and landed on Shin Xian'er. Then she was stunned. Why did she look a little like that, Lord? But there was only a slight resemblance, and the expression was different. Could she be the reincarnation of that Lord? Ao Ling did not know Shin Xian'er's background, so she could only guess. Ao Tung's arrival made Ming smile. In terms of seniority, he was older than Ao Tung and could be said to be the oldest group of people. Back then, he had also led the army of the heavens to resist the calamity and the great liquidation. After such a long time, they could still meet again. It was more or less a surprise and joy. Ao Tung was even more surprised. He had originally thought that this commander had died in the War of the Heavens, but he did not expect that he was still alive and well, and his cultivation was even more unfathomable. In that case, could the supreme figures of the Dragon Clan who had fallen in the past be still alive? It was just like what his father had said. While Ao Tung was catching up with Ming and the others, several streams of light descended from the sky. The Immortal Palace's descendants had also arrived. Qin Shuang followed Uncle Yi and observed the situation quietly. More and more people gathered outside the Gu clan's land, but they all waited with Ming and did not step in casually. Even the quasi-immortal emperors who had surpassed the immortal king realm felt uneasy and fearful. They knew that the Gu clan was not to be underestimated. The ancestor of the Gu clan, who had created the mountain and sea realm, stood outside the ancestral hall with his hands behind his back. The patriarchs who had come to report all stood respectfully in front of him. So many people have come to the Gu clan. Are they here to ask me for a solution? Haha, you do have a solution. The ancestor of the Gu clan was dressed in a black robe. Even his true body was shrouded in darkness. He shook his head and let out a laugh that could not be described as mocking or disdainful. In fact, he had been thinking about what Gu Changa had said before. The establishment of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance was not something that could be done with just a few words. Over the years, he had not made up his mind. He was still thinking about it, so he did not give Gu Changa an answer. During this time, Gu Changa herself seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace. He did not know where Gu Changa was. There were many things that could not be discussed even if they wanted to, so they could only delay. The ancestors of the Gu clan, standing in front of him, shook their heads and smiled wryly. They did not know how to answer. The ancestor did not allow those people to step in, so they naturally could not answer. Master, is this the grand occasion that you want me to see? A sword light landed outside the Gu clan's mountain gate and turned into two figures. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had a heroic spirit. The old man wore a Taoist robe. It seemed to be tattered, but there was the aura of the great path in many places. It was extremely shocking. Something extraordinary might happen here today. The old man in the Taoist robe chuckled and shook his head. He swept his gaze past the many figures in front of him. However, besides Ming, no one else caught his attention. Half a step into Tao realm? At that moment, Ming also noticed the old man in the Taoist robe, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect that there would be such a powerful warrior hiding his strength. He could be considered to have taken half a step into the path of transcendence. If there were no accidents, this should be the strongest warrior born in the true mountain and sea world after the calamity. He had surpassed the immortal emperor realm and taken half a step into Tao realm. The weather outside Green Mountain Village gradually turned cold. It was the season for leaves to fall, and it was cold everywhere. Some ripples appeared on the calm surface of the lake. Some leaves floated down and landed on the beautiful figure who was rolling up her sleeves and washing her clothes. She put down her clothes and plucked the dead leaves that had landed on the ends of her hair. Her wrists seemed to be a little sore. She moved them around for a while before continuing to wash her clothes. Guchanga was dressed in a simple hemp robe as he watched the scene before him quietly. Coincidentally, a leaf floated down, and he reached out to catch it. It's autumn again. He looked at the clear veins on the leaf and shook his head gently. Spring passed and autumn came. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. He could not remember how many years he had stayed in Green Mountain Village. Those children in the past had long since settled down and had children of their own. Zero, the young girls who admired him, had long since married. Their families were harmonious and their lives were happy. The girl who had been waiting for Wang Xiaonyo at the entrance of the village had long since grown up. She was slender and elegant, and she refused the marriage arranged by her parents. But the person she was waiting for never came back. She inherited her sister's tofu shop at the entrance of Green Mountain Village. Business was good, and she became the new tofu beauty. Her sister, Chunya, married a few years ago and moved to another city. Her husband was a simple and honest scholar. Now they had a son and a daughter, and the couple lived in harmony. Looking at these changes, Guchanga sometimes wondered why he and Su Chinga did not have a child. And this seemed to be something that Su Chinga felt regretful about. The world is changing. Guchanga gathered his thoughts and looked up at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, but because of the autumn, the sky was dyed with a layer of light gold. Su Chinga came back after washing the clothes and drying them. Seeing Guchanga's expression, she could not help but smile. What's so nice to see in the sky? She walked over and held Guchanga's arm. In fact, she could feel that Guchanga had been changing during this time. He seemed to be experiencing a life that he had never experienced before and feeling the breath of mortals. Sometimes Guchanga would quietly look at the mountaintop and the changes in Green Mountain Village, and he would do that for months. If Su Chinga did not know his identity, she would be worried that something would happen to him. In fact, Su Chinga was also worried that if Guchanga ended this experience, he would abandon her again like before. For her, all this would become a joy in vain. After waking up from the dream, she would feel empty. If so, she hoped that she would never wake up from this dream. There's nothing to see in the sky. I'm looking for the end there. Guchanga shook his head and gathered a few strands of her hair around her ear. For him, if all this was just a dream, he would have woken up a long time ago. He knew what he was doing and what his purpose was, but he subconsciously wanted all this to pass a little longer. The changes in the world had happened a long time ago, although Guchanga had never seriously sensed anything. To him, there was no need to sense these things. But some things had a beginning and an end. Since there was a beginning, there would naturally be an end. From Guchanga's point of view, this ending was not abrupt at all. It was a natural process. The end there. Su Chinga followed his gaze. However, with her cultivation, she could only see a small part of the star area. How could it be easy to see the end of it? Tao is boundless. How can there be an end? Seeing that Su Chinga seemed to have been looking at it seriously, Guchanga could not help but smile. Tao is boundless. Then why do you keep looking for the end? Su Chinga came to herself and glanced at him sideways. She had long given up on cultivation and Taoist magic. She had been very satisfied with the life she had with Guchanga these years. Even if she died now, she would have no regrets in this life. Therefore, Su Chinga could not understand Guchanga's persistence in looking for the end. Because Tao is boundless, I have to look for the end. Hearing this, Guchanga just smiled. Looking at the falling leaves, he said, "It's windy. It's cold again." As he spoke, he took off his coat and gently put it on Su Chinga. "I'm not cold at all." Su Chinga held his arm tightly and buried her head in his chest. She blinked. The children in the village are so cute. Guchanga shook his head slightly and smiled. "Cute. Why don't you have one yourself? Come on, let's go inside." Su Chinga's face was a little rosy and seemed to be a little hot. Regardless of the fact that it was still early, she pulled him back to the room. In fact, Su Chinga knew that the Guchanga standing in front of her now had ended this almost dreamy experience for her. And now he was once again that high and mighty godlike existence that looked down on countless living beings.